So, as is always the case, we've got a good mix of demos ranging from the artistic to the the more technical. Yeah, oh yes, please, thank you. A bit of logistics before we start. Coffees and teas are in the room MS005 if you've not found it yet. At the next break, just follow the crowd of people going to MS005. Fire alarms, we're not expecting any fire alarms, but occasionally things like toast, etc. do set them off. Or if you're coming in, you need headphones. Ooh. Okay.
Don't forget your headphones.
Tsunami of people.
So socket there if you need one.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so welcome all this morning. So we've been running this Sounds in Space now for about 9-10 years in its current state. The idea being, as I mentioned yesterday, we often went to conferences, especially audio conferences that didn't actually show much audio. Lots of PowerPoint, lots of graphs, lots of MATLAB. So we started a long time ago thinking, well, let's just put loads of speakers in a room, invite people we know, and talk about stuff we do. And really it's grown every year. So it started as a one-day free event and now we're up to 2 days. You got headphones? Punishment is Bruce's I'm short one adapter. Oh yeah? You've got spare adapters? There you go. Thank you very much. So yeah, we started this event quite a few years ago now, mainly just to bring people together, to talk about what they do, but also to demonstrate it. So we've got some interesting demonstrations today, some in here. What the last talk before dinner at here, there'll also be a more thorough demonstration of it in our surround lab upstairs, which is a smaller, more intimate space, but with, ironically, more speakers in than here. So there's plenty to do today, plenty of people to talk to, hopefully all with similar interests, and hopefully what you'll be listening to today will be enjoyable, but also you'll hopefully learn something and meet some new contacts, and well, enjoy the day. So, without further ado, because me talking is not amazingly interesting, our first talk today is from Dallas Simpson, and we've known Dallas for a number of years now, and he did us a talk many years ago at Sounds in Space, where he brought his travelling binaural rig and gave everyone in the audience some binaural sound. And we've been very keen to get him back again, so this year Dallas agreed to come back, and so hence why we've all got binaural feeds to the seats this morning. And Dallas is going to talk to you about, his title is, and the reason I can't remember it is it's changed a couple of times, Chasing Space and Some Spatial Approaches to Binaural Creativity. And Dallas was a mastering engineer from 1998 to 2016, forming Dallas Masters as a sole trader in 2005. He retired in January 2016. I'm jealous already. And his continuing interests in audio and visual arts are continuing, basically. So that's what we're going to hear about today. Listen to some nice recordings. Listen to Dallas's dulcet tones over the headphones. So if you plug in and put the headphones on now, Dallas's mic feed will go straight there. You can take them off and listen to it in real life as well. And there'll be some demos throughout. Oh, one other thing, we are live streaming today. So if you're doing a talk later and you have major issues with this being recorded on live stream, please tell us before your talk if you haven't done so already, so we can stop the stream for that. And for the audience purposes, we're live streaming in binaural with those 2 pairs of ears, or the 1 pair of ears up the top there behind you. So thank you and welcome. So Dallas.
Thank you very much. Good morning, thank you all for coming. I'm Dallas Simpson. Right, so I'm going to get Bruce to do the jiggery pokery because I just can't cope with it. Okay, I want to wear some headphones so that I can hear along as well. Right, so Chasing Space. Let's have the first slide. The obvious thing really is that our natural human hearing is binaural. It's how we listen to things. We have 2 ears. All of my work is using observational recordings with in-ear microphone techniques. The first set of earphones that I created, the first set of microphones for in-ear use were handmade which I'll refer to in a minute. But in order to set the scene, let's just look at the first piece and have a listen. And also, we might play it twice, just in case some of you want to adjust the levels on your headphones. Each of your leads is labelled 1 to 8 with a letter. The letter refers to the box, which are numbered, lettered A, B, C, D, E, F, E. And the number of your adapter is the one on the front of the panel. So we'll play the binaural when Bruce is ready and everybody's got headphones. And we might do it twice to allow people, it's only just over 2 minutes, to allow people to adjust the levels. So let's play the piece. Okay, so that's the... Are you all hearing my voice okay? Okay, thank you. That's the piece. Now, does anybody feel they need to adjust the level of their headphones? Okay, a few people. Okay, so would you mind if we play that again, just to allow those to adjust who haven't got a good level? Okay, so can we play that again, Bruce? Thank you.
Okay, guys, check the neutral gear. Start up.
Might be interested to know that it's actually left-right reversed. I only noticed it this morning. It shouldn't make any significant difference. But if you want to get it as it should be, swap your headphones over. It's a minor detail, but hey. Okay. Thank you. So basically, next slide. When I started off, the basic premise, working as an artist, was what's the absolute simplest DIY, low-tech, cheap system that I can possibly use to record full paraphonic surround sound. And I thought, well, binaural. I was impressed by some broadcasts on BBC in the 70s where they had a number of binaural broadcasts, which I listened to and was completely blown away with. Tried recording them on cassette, and of course it was a total disaster, but that's another story. So I thought, right, I'm going to make my own microphones because I didn't have much money. I was a student. This is my prototype binaural in-ear pair. It uses McMahon, God rest them, microphone inserts with a fishing line as the thread carrying the copper, the two wires carrying the audio, helically wound as a bifilar pair, terminated with a Vero board pin and socket connector into coax into the recorder, or actually into the phantom power supply. Next one, please. Oh God, I'm doing it. Audio, video. Duh. Okay, so close up of the capsules. The terminals are insulated by a blob of epoxy resin and similar on the side to attach. You can see the bifilar winding of the wire. And then there's the plugs, and it had female sockets and then into coax. This, because of the copper colour, when you've got them running down your neck, which is flesh coloured, and a piece of elastoplast over it, it's virtually invisible. So it's great for covert recordings, moving amongst people, children, and so on. This was the power supply that I used. Basically, a 9-volt battery, capacitive filtering for RF and smoothing, Zener stabilization, series regulated transistors, and then out through a limiting resistor across which the audio voltage is developed, and the AC audio fed out with a couple of capacitors. Pretty basic, noddy, simple stuff. Cheap, cheerful, it works. Why, try and make it complicated? It was fine. And that was it. And I used that for a number of years. One slight, teensy little problem was that the McMahon mics, God bless them, were a bit fragile, both with the soldering, with the heat, and with I was throwing a fair bit of current at them to keep the noise level down. Paradoxically, I found I got a better dynamic range by driving them really hard. So they would go after about a couple of hours, and then I had to wind them all again and solder. It was great fun, but tedious. So I moved on to DPA 4060s, which I still use. The original microphones out of the box come as in the middle, and I modify them by cutting off the protective sleeve, taking a bit of, I've got it down here somewhere. Yes, car silicone tubing, available at any good car supplies, to protect the capsule from the ear, folded over so that you've got front entry microphone and the cable folded round to come out. And that's the simple mod that I use for in-ear. I still use them today. I've been using them for 15 years or so. And that's a sort of comparison of various other mics that I tried for in-ear use with varying success. But the original ones were the best, and that's just comparison with the DPA. So in in-ear binaural, as we know, we capture very simply, very cheaply, our surround hearing. So basically, I'm sampling my own hearing. It's very simple, sample my own hearing. What I hear is what you get, all being well. However, we know about the variations. Everyone's got an individual HRTF. How you listen on the headphones will vary. on your perception of the 3D surround sound. Whether using open or closed headphones will affect the result. If you're using etymotic headphones, obviously we hope that that's going to stop the double encoding of the pinny, but it's still, you've got your own HRTF and so on. As an artist, that's fine. That's fine. You know, I want you to have a slightly unique and different appearance. This isn't about a rigorous mathematical projection to try and get everybody the same. And the other thing to remember, which I sort of thought about quite a lot, was the fact that in binaural, from stereo, we've got a completely different soundstage perspective in the sense that at the sides, as we all know, our spatial perception is very sharp because we've got the mass and shape of the head between the two ears. Front and rear in binaural is pretty darn fragile. If you have a stationary center image, if there's quite a large variation of HRTF between you and me, it often reflects, so it appears behind, which can be great fun, but not intended. So when I'm spatially choreographing the soundscape in 3D binaural, I will have the main sound sources at the sides, off-center, and preferably moving. The other thing is volume level. Now, today we're presenting at quite high volume. A lot of my works are very low level because I want to draw the listener for them to reach out with their perception and actively engage with what I'm doing. With mastered music, it's almost the other way. You kind of, you know, how loud can we make it sort of thing. Binaural works better, I find, at a lower level so that we're not getting spatial masking. If you have loud sounds, and if you, God forbid, play stereo and binaural together, particularly if it's loud stereo, it will tend to spatially mask and bring everything in closer, and you know, like you have volume masking in the listening domain. Point sound sources, of course, give the greatest spatial definition, and also the environment that we record in, as you all know, influences greatly what we hear. Using moving sound sources, it's easier to localize. You can imagine that from an evolutionary point of view, you want to know if a tiger's creeping up. And our ability to track moving sound sources is, I believe, a lot more acute than stationary sound sources. So from the binaural point of view, the stationary person speaking out front is the most fragile experience without any HRTF correction. And because that's what I'm doing, no, you're going to hear what I hear, I will choreograph or spatially choreograph the sounds to avoid stationary images in the center. The other thing is environmental reflections. Below sounds, if I was to record here, we've got a flat reflective surface. Sounds at my feet level would come up here somewhere, probably just below the chin. If you go into woodland, grassy, uneven surface, it would extend a bit more. If you take a speaker into the environment, dig a hole, or climb up a tree and raise your head to emphasize the spatial differential, you can increase the sense of below. And also the environment that you're listening, if it's a non-reflective or low reflective, like on waves of an ocean or a sea, which we'll have in a minute, that will tend to, because it's a turbulent, incoherent surface, will tend to extend the below sounds. So we've got to be aware room's a disaster without any correction. So let's have a listen to a seascape. Listen in particular to the range of movement, the detail of the below sounds. So Bruce, can you play that, please? Thank you. just fade that out. The other aspect, I was speaking about spatial choreography, organising the movement of sounds. Yesterday we had some wonderful presentations with virtual interfaces where you can mix by hand spatially, which is fantastic for this kind of work. In my case, there's no virtual control pad, it's down to me. So the other aspect of my work as a sound artist is making sounds in the environment. So the choreography is coupled with sound making through contact. And this is a process which encourages people to engage with the world around them. I mean, I think for me, spatial sound is not simply a delivery process. It's a way of encourage people to engage with the environment that we exist in and to develop a rapport and empathy, a connection with it. So the environmental sound art with performance, which is what I do, and performing the environment directly with my hands, feet, head, elbows, whatever, is a way of extending the simple process of binaural recording into an art form which helps people hopefully to engage with the world around them, but using their sense of hearing and listening to the beauty of the wonderful surround sound that we encounter every day as we engage in our lives. So this spatial choreography, the organising, the spatial organisation of sound through movement is part of the choreography that I do with total body movement, not doing it on an interface or anything like that. And that gives a completely different character to surround sound. Well, I've already said this. The other thing to remember is that if I'm doing that, it's always performer-centric. In other words, you hear what I hear, you hear the world through my ears. But then we come into how do we do different motions? And there's something that I do think about. There's two categories of motion. There's what I call somatocentric motions, where there's no environmental focal point. I'm moving through the environment's moving around me. But we can have an envirocentric motion where I focus on a sound object. It might be a stream, a waterfall, it could be anything, a squeak of a branch in a tree. And then by moving, keeping the orientation of the sound object focused in the same point, it could be at my side, it could be up front, then the rest of the soundscape is moving around, but that sound object is fixed. So those are two important motions that I employ in the spatial choreography. Okay, roundabout improvisation. This is, I think it should be on the list. Just hang on a minute. This is a classic Dallas environmental improv using some fairground roundabouts that were left overnight in Northampton in the Market Square. So I was there like a flash at about 10 o'clock at night, and I had a camera on my chest. What could be useful is, as you watch and listen, close your eyes, you get the sound that I'm creating, and then have a look at the visuals, and they're quite different. They don't have an obvious correlation. Well, not to me, but the other thing is environmental echoes, and we'll talk a bit about that shortly. So, Bruce, can you play that, please?
Not the video.
It's video, isn't it?
Do you want the video? Next one, next slide. That one.
No, sorry. Is the link there?
No. I've got a roundabout improv.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, there's a video. Sorry.
It's a video.
I've got it now. Sorry. I didn't know there was a video.
So
Sorry.
video on the Reaper list with full video. Just a little bit confusing. There we have it. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. So that was part of a live improvisation on a roundabout in Northampton. And that's a lot of my environmental work is about that. You heard the clock in the distance. You also, with the loud sounds, when I struck something loud, you get an echo back from the surrounding buildings. That to me is extremely important, because through the intervention of sound, we're describing the location. The location is speaking back to us. And that to me is an extremely important aspect of environmental location performance, that we use the excitation of sound to picture the place through the echoes and the reflections. Another aspect of environmental awareness, because I was when I sort of talked about chasing space, as you can understand, there's two aspects to it. There's the actual sound and the 3D perception of sound, and there's the connection of us, me, as I move about, you, if you were to do the same thing with the space. I wanted to extend this to children. Firstly, to engage them directly with an experience of their location, to enhance their listening, and to allow them to play in a safe way with the environment around them. I sometimes feel that things have got a bit too virtual, and I've been thinking that for quite a few years. But this is a piece I did with 2 children on a railway footbridge 2018, and again, it's about encouraging children to play and listen. So can we play that, please, Bruce? I think there's yeah, that's it. You might be wondering, what are those extraneous sounds that don't sound like the bridge? Well, this was in fact what I would call a prepared environment. In other words, we took a number of items, a large mirror, parabolic mirror out of a military arc lamp, which acted as a gong, various sticks, bull roarer, and other instruments that could be used to make sounds. And the children, I played some of them, the children played some of them. So we prepared the environment, and I talked to the children before we went to the bridge about the different sound objects and what we could do with them. So that's how that piece came about. The other thing is, it kind of raises the question, and this is really sort of bringing us back into the arena of what this room is about. Can we, or rather than can we, use a speaker rig in an outdoor, particularly an outdoor or an indoor location, to mix sounds and live performances? The answer is obviously yes. It's simple, it's inexpensive, it's low tech. The results are variable. So let's look at that. These are just references. We're going to look at the bottom one. I'll just refer to the first one, which was recorded in the woods in Ambergate. We actually had a 4-speaker amplifier mixer with pre-recorded material and rigged up 2 speakers up a tree. See, tree climbing is an essential part of spatial audio. And 2 on the ground. We would have liked to have buried them, but because it's a protected area, we couldn't, so we just had them on the ground. And then we played back the 4-track recording of Tiger Shark and the artists swimming, led by John Simpson. We mixed it. Oh, the spatial choreography. John, who was the leader of the band, grabbed hold of the back of my trousers and directed me by pushing and pulling. So I was the controlling pad, and he controlled me directly according to the spatial choreography that he wanted. So that's an interest, a live control pad, folks. What we're going to listen to and watch is the swimming band at the beach, and this was a song from a pretty stationary perspective, recorded in the sand dunes. So could we play that, please, Bruce? Thank you.
Think that you
There's
know
always
my
the
heart,
obligatory advert.
and you probably do.
We're mining for diamonds. I'm taking all I can, but the channels are wrong. They've taken the joy from my stone, and I fooled you, and I never meant to, and I'm sorry. Can't you make it better? Yes, you can. So let's start. Gotta find your roots and nail them to your soul. Oh no, my feet, they touch the beat, and my dove rides the love into the sky. Oh my, break it up now, break it up now, break it up, let's break down days. Break it up now, break it up now, break it up, let's break down. The channels are wrong, the channels are wrong, the channels are wrong. the channels are wrong, channels are wrong. They've taken the joy from my stone. Break it up now, break it up now, break it up now, break it up, break it up, break it up for this breakdown days. My feet, they touch the beat, my dove rides the love into the...
Okay, so that was from a stationary perspective. Oh, look at how I'm expecting on that. But anyway, there you go. It was the DAT recorder, which I was using to record. That's what it was. But you never know. Okay, so I'd like to wind the clock back a bit in time to around 2000. We were engaged with some work for Richard O'Brien, which was commissioned by Rob Ayling from VoicePrint, and he wanted to dramatise some poetry. We'd never done anything like this before. It was a real challenge, and we haven't really got any precedents to consider, so we had to make it up on the fly. Anyway, for Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, we recorded a fireplace, a ticking clock at the Horological Museum near Newark, and a raven in Wales, and various other stuff. But the thing that we wanted to do in the finale, we placed Richard's narrative voice using mono feed in the mix inside the head. But this is the part of the poem where everything is starting to go wild and off the map. And we wanted to have some effect that reflected that. So there's the old trick of having the binaural come to the ear, pan, stereo, left to right, then binaural out of the ear, passing through the head with, well, that's a bit cliche, it's a bit rock and roll. Let's do something more subtle. So here is a dramatised poem with movement inside the head, out front and back in again. So can you run the audio on that?
We shall press. Nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath led thee, by these angels he hath sent thee respite. Respite and nepenthe from my memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh, quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted. Tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird of fiend, I shrieked up starting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door.
Okay, well, we'll cut it there, that's fine. We haven't got time for a detailed consideration of the headphone concert. So I'll just play you a bit. We went on tour doing a headphone concert with a live band, people using the same rig that you're listening to in the audience in a separate room with video feeds from a head cam and a stand cam. And the band was performing in a separate room, and I was moving among the band and the speakers to try and bring each individual into an intimate connection with the band performing live, which completely changes the perspective from the stage presentation. So can we run that? It should be, yeah, it's... That's the article that was written.
Okay. Sorry, yeah.
But there's also, if you go to the next...
Next thing on Reaper.
Yeah, that's it. So briefly, the way we were getting directional audio, and again, how cheaply can you do it, is to use some plumbing and a fitting with a obligatory XLR connection, of course, inside of which is a Mylar speaker and a limiting resistor of, I think, 22 ohms. It's not critical, folks. Really high tech. And also, obviously, it has a limited frequency response. The mathematicians among you can no doubt tell me what the fundamental frequency of that length of tube is, but I really couldn't give a monkey's. The point is that we used a sound with mainly high frequencies, and that gave a lot of directionality. And we were able to choreograph and mix very simply, at very low cost, low tech, as you heard, three-dimensional surround sound live during a concert. And on that note, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dallas. I think we've got time for one or two short questions. Anyone?
Yes. The first bit you played, you said it might be left, right, reverse. Yeah. So we swapped over. You know the next bit you played? Yeah. Did we need to swap over?
No, everything was.
Doesn't really matter because we're bilaterally.
Well, no, I appreciate that, but I found it when I swapped over. It seemed to, until I watched the video. When I watched the video, it sounded better when I swapped over.
Oh well, that's because you're looking. If you're standing.
Yes, with the opposite way around.
Yeah. So whatever works. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Yes.
Did you use the same setup for recording on all of these recordings?
Yes, in-ear microphones.
PAs?
Pardon? Oh, the PA, yeah, well, very simple. 6 channels of audio, domestic amplifiers, domestic speakers, 4 speakers, 2 voice pipes. I had the long one goes in there, 2 different lengths, and it was the same in all cases. Very simple, very low tech. Pardon?
All of recordings?
DPA 4060 in-ear, standard.
And how do you assess with the mics in your ears the sound around you?
What I hear is what you get. It's very simple. Obviously, the trick with the in-ear mics, because you think, well, if you put them in your ear hole, they have to be in your ear hole to get the full HDRF transform that I have. If you have an elliptical shape of the plastic tube, because the wire, the microphone wire gives a little bump, so you've got enough space where the bump is against the ear hole for sound to get through. So you get about 10% reduction in sound, but I can compensate for that when I'm using the binaural in-ears, and so I know what I'm doing and I know what it should sound like. So yeah, it's a good question. Thank you very much. Yes?
How did you manage to get the kids to stay quiet during the recording on the bridge?
We did, that's the second take. We did a first take where they could make as much noise as they wanted and I was giving them some instruction. Both takes are available online. And then the second take we said, right, now we're going to try and do this and we won't say anything. It becomes a bit of a game, you know. And they were great. And I was very proud of that. I've got another session coming up with a family, with children, grandchildren, in the summer holiday. So I hope to be able to report back on that one. Anyway, is that...
Yeah, we better leave it there, but Dallas is around all day.
I'm around,
so,
yeah.
Have a chat to him later on. But thank you very much, Dallas.
Thank you.
Who is? John. John. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. So some of you might know me. My name is John Crossley. So I work here at the university. So in the music and performing arts department. So I've been kind of working with various people, such as Bruce and others who you've no doubt seen yesterday and today. Today, to be honest, what I'm going to talk about today, something that myself and Kit Lane, who's sitting in the audience, who's quite wisely decided to sit there while I stand up front. It's just something we've been kind of talking about for a little while. And so what I'm going to present you today is a kind of it's an initial idea, basically, and it's something that we kind of started to throw around. So this is kind of like phase pre-1, if you like, and then what I hope to do is next time we have this, I'll be able to demonstrate where we've got to. So I've called the so without wishing to upset any religious people, I've called it "Oh my God, it's quad," and it kind of tripped off the tongue a little bit. And basically, what I want to talk about, is it the top button or is it that button? That button is modular synthesis and spatial sound. Now, before I get into the modular synthesis bit, just a little bit of background. So I've been involved in spatial audio for a number of years. One of my main focuses was investigating live performance with spatial audio. It started off as a question which was, if spatial audio is so great, why aren't we going to pop concerts, listen to spatial audio? And that was my starting point a few years ago. And so what I then spent a while setting up various live performances, trying different systems, getting feedback from audiences and so on. These are some of the things that I've done. I did a Rosetta concert at Derby Theatre, on an Antarctica presentation in this room, actually, which some of you may have come to. And that eventually led to an AS paper at Paris that I delivered a couple of years ago. I kind of feel, in a way, that we've kind of got, the question's almost been answered nowadays, in that actually you can go to listen to Rihanna in spatial audio, for example. So I kind of, thought, okay, not so much my work is done, but the work is done. There are some photographs from some of the things that we've done in the past. So, for example, this was a something like 24-channel spatial audio live concert using a Timex system, which was quite fun at Derby Theatre, based on the Rosetta satellite. And then I think I've also got a picture. Oh, sorry, passed by too quickly. This is something I did in here, which was the Antarctica concert, based on using sounds from Antarctica coupled with musical performance and so on. There's a little clue in that picture. There's a little modular synthesizer there you can see in the picture. It was something I've been kind of into for a little while. And so a question about modular synthesis. I'm not going to bore you with details about modular synthesis, but just in case anyone that is in this room not quite sure what I'm talking about, basically we're talking about rather than having a keyboard that you just kind of like call up a patch and play an amazing sound, with a modular synthesizer, we've got component parts that can be connected together in various ways, and so you have access to the individual sounds, but also, more importantly, you have access to the various ways of controlling the sounds, whether it be simple modulations or distortions and so on. And you can kind of construct, from these basic building blocks, construct all sorts of interesting possibilities. So that's kind of what we're talking about. Modular synthesis kind of was big in the 60s and 70s. It kind of got set to one side with the advent of digital synthesis, which was kind of more immediate and more impressive, but what's interesting is that there has been a big resurgence in interest in modular synthesis, particularly over the last 10 years or so. And it's partly due to people kind of rediscovering analog, and feeling that, it's a bit like the fact that you can now buy vinyl records in Sainsbury's. It's that kind of same kind of idea, really. But also, what's really interesting is that, as well as rediscovering the original analog roots and so on, people are starting to use modern digital techniques to actually create new, interesting modules and approaches and so on, and incorporating and combine that with analog sounds and get all sorts of interesting new directions. And it's become a bit of a kind of a hobbyist, geeky kind of world, really. And it has, I think, exploded. It's still underground, I guess, but it has kind of exploded in that underground world. And it kind of, the resurgence started with Dieter Doepfer in Germany and a guy called Bob, his surname now, in Cornwall, who set up Analog Systems, and that was kind of in the early 90s. But basically nowadays, today, you can go online and there are literally hundreds of small businesses that might be just one chap in his kind of workshop, or perhaps a small company, building all sorts of interesting, unusual modules and so on. And it's something that a lot of people have got into, and there's now modular meets where people meet together and kind of swap ideas, swap sounds. There are lots of performances and so on. So it's quite it's an interesting niche world. And any of the kind of big kind of producer, DJ people, if you see photographs from in their studio, they've all got massive modular rigs now in the studio. So it's kind of quite an interesting area. Okay, so why am I talking about this today in this particular context? Well, it's what I've discovered is that quite a lot of people who are into using modular synthesis in live performance are performing in quad. And I thought that was quite interesting because I thought quad would kind of, dead and buried, and we'd kind of moved on from that. So I was quite interested in that. And so the question is, why is that? Well, what's interesting about the modular synthesis and the kind of spatial audio world is the fact that two things really. Within the synthesizer itself, however it's been put together, you have easy access to the individual component sounds. So if you have a complex sound made up of lots of parts, you can easily access individual parts that make that up, whether it's sine waves or whether it's some of the distorted waveforms and so on. And therefore, of course, as soon as you've got access to individual sounds, you can then think about spatializing and separating and so on. So in that respect, that's quite interesting. And secondly, the whole nature of modular synthesis is the control. It's this having ways of controlling sounds, controlling effects, controlling distortions, and so on. And the fact that you could access this control information, the so-called CV or control voltages. And so having access to those and being able to perhaps use those modulations to help spatialize or move sounds or position sounds is obviously quite enticing, quite interesting. And I think that's the reason why people have kind of embraced this concept of modular synthesis plus spatial audio. But of course, most people haven't got access to amazing rigs like we have here and like some of you guys have got access to in various places. And so quad seems to be the easy, simple way. Everyone's got two speakers. I only need another two speakers and an amp. And hey presto, I've got a form of surround sound in my studio, or if I want to perform in a kind of venue, it's quite easy to set up. And so I think this is why people have kind of started experimenting with quad. And at the end of the day, we can talk about the limitations of quad and the problems if you're trying to replicate real positioning and so on. But when it comes to modular synthesis, all that goes out the window, because it's all artificial. Everything about it is artificial. So that there's nothing meant to be real about it. So therefore, it doesn't matter the fact that quad can't replicate certain positions or there's certain issues and so on. It's just about filling a room with interesting sounds in a way that kind of enhances the performance. And so I think that's kind of why it's become quite an interesting point. And until I dug into it, I didn't realize how many people were using quad to make their live performances. I've picked a particular performing artist just to mention briefly, Suzanne Ciani, who I don't know if any of you have heard of her, but she's actually quite a maverick, long-standing modular synthesis performer who's been around for a number of years. She actually worked with a chap called Don Buchler, who was one of the forerunners of modular synthesis design. Basically, in the late 60s, there was Don Buchler on the west coast of America, and there was Robert Moog on the east coast of America, and they were the kind of and then there was the British guys who ran EMS in the UK. But these two guys were the main proponents really. And Suzanne Ciani worked with Don Buchler in the 70s and kind of used his systems and so on. And is still performing and using Buchler synthesizers today. Buchler synthesizers are incredibly expensive, so they're not common or garden. So you need a bit of a mortgage to afford all these things. But nevertheless, that's what she does. I've got a couple of photographs. She always performs in quad when she performs live. And in fact, there she is. This was basically sometime in the 70s, and this is a Buchler modular synthesizer that she's working with. And then just to demonstrate, there she is. This photograph was taken last year. Again, this is working with the latest version of the Buchler synthesizer. And interestingly, I don't think I've got an image of it. No, I was meant to, but she released some recordings early on this year on vinyl in quad, interestingly. So, things do kind of come back around. Not only have we got vinyl again, but we've now got quad and vinyl again. And so I suppose it's the hunt for the right equipment to play that back is the next challenge, isn't it? So in terms of how people are actually doing this, there are, as I say, there are lots of companies who are always devising interesting modules and so on, and realizing that people are starting to do this. Some companies have started to produce modules designed for work in the quad world. Or, obviously, because everything's available, everything's on its own socket, you can just lash something together yourself. It's quite straightforward to, have lots of leads coming out of your modular synthesizer into a mixer and pan them around. You can do that. It's very basic, but as Dallas mentioned already, basic can work quite well actually. The problem, though, perhaps problem is the wrong word. The thing is that, of course, this is just very simple pairwise panning, there's nothing wrong with that. But of course, there is scope to have something much more than that, which I'll come back to. But just to give you some examples, I mean, these modules, these are modules that exist. You can go out and buy today. So this is a module by a company called Sputnik Modular, which is basically has a single input, but actually can do panning around for outputs. It's also got other bits and pieces, like you can see reverb and so on. There's a company called Coma, who also do, and this is actually a 4-channel input, 4-channel output, and you can see they've got the kind of the panning controls there with the 4 LEDs. And then I mentioned Buchla, so I should show you their unit. There's probably the cream of the crop, if you like. This single module, by the way, this module in real terms is about kind of so big, okay? And I think this one costs about £2,000 for this single module. So you get an idea of how expensive Buchla equipment is. Not all modular synthesis equipment is that expensive, by the way. On this one, you can see, again, this has got 4 channels, if you like, feeding into 4 outputs. And interesting on this one, I should just point out, as well as having the pan control, they've got this button called swirl, which is basically an inbuilt modulator that kind of basically does a kind of a panning effect around the speakers. So there are modules out there that will do this kind of thing if you can afford them or whatever. So in terms of what we've been discussing is how to kind of do something a little bit different. And so obviously we've done a lot of work here at the University of Derby over a number of years, particularly with Bruce's amazing software in ambisonics. And so the question I've been asking and we've been discussing is, can ambisonic spatialization be pressed to use in the modular world? And the obvious answer is, of course it can, because all you need to do is feed your outputs into some hosts like Reaper, put Bruce's plugins in, and off you go. So, of course, that's quite simple and straightforward. But the thing about that is that in terms of modular synthesis and the performance, that's not really part of not an elegant solution in terms of being part of the modular setup, if you like. And also the other kind of slight complication, although there are some solutions to this, is that one of the whole beauties of trying to work in surround sound and spatial audio with modular synthesis is accessing all those modulation kind of control voltages within the system and pressing those to use in positioning and so on. And it is possible, you can do it. You can have, there is software available that will take a control voltage and put it into the world of the DAW. And in fact, anybody here who works in the world of Ableton Live might be aware that they're about to release some new tools designed specifically to do that, to take control voltage and enable you to basically bring it into Ableton, record it, edit it, and then push it back out again. So these things are possible, but it's a bit complicated and it depends on the interface you have and so on. So it's not an ideal solution. I mean, this is just a kind of a diagrammatic idea of how you do that. So you'd need some form of conversion. There are different ways you could do this to get that information. So what I've got here is just as a diagram. I've got a kind of an oscillator shown as a source, and in this case I've got an LFO. It could be any form of modulation that you might use this to move sound around and so on. So what we've been talking about is how we would actually start to integrate something of our own. So the idea would be to develop a microprocessor that would manipulate the audio using the CVs that's generated within the synthesizers to control position, etc. So the idea is to basically remove the DAW out of the digital audio workstation out of the equation, and to have a processor so that we still access the modulation sources, but we actually do the manipulation of the sound in our microprocessor, which would mean that would be phase one, if you like. Then phase two would be to actually incorporate that into a module itself, so that we build our own module that would perhaps look a bit like the Buchla module, but would be working ambisonically. And of course, the advantages of that are that not only is that going to give us a hopefully more interesting experience, but of course, if we can then access the B format that's been generated there, then we can kind of play that back on different systems, different number of speakers, and so on. And so that's the idea. Here's my this is my design. Well, just but to give you an idea of the kind of basic idea is to have an audio source input, to have control voltage inputs for position. I mean, it may not be directly feeding into the X, Y, and Z, but that may be the case. This is all where we are at the moment in terms of experimenting, and then being able to output as speaker feeds or as actually a B format that could be then decoded in different ways. So as basically this is as a concept is where we are at the moment. So this is literally the initial discussion stages. We started to kind of talk about different ideas, and the next stage is to start experimenting with various kind of ways of using the microprocessor and so on, and then ultimately moving on from just one input. Then obviously it would be much more useful to have several inputs that can mix and so on, and develop it on from there, building movements, building paths, building the swirl idea that Berkeley uses, etc. So that's kind of the idea. So that's it. In terms of the main concept, that's kind of where we are. Now, what I have done, because as Bruce mentioned at the start of this, it's good to not only hear people talking and pointing at slides, but to hear something. And so what I did is, it was a little bit too complicated to bring a modular synthesis right in today, and we'd already got enough kind of technical things to be arranged. So I've done a recording using a modular synthesizer in quad. Now this is just using, this is not, I must confess, this is not using true ambisonic true ambisonic positioning. This is using quad positioning, but then Bruce's ambisonically translates it into the rig for us today. But what this is a modular synthesizer that I've got access to, and so I thought I'd bring a bit of what's the word? I don't know, a bit of kind of class, I guess, to the proceedings. And so what you hear is a piece of music that I didn't write. You hopefully recognise what it is. But I basically took a leaf out of, if anybody's familiar with Wendy Carlos work from the kind of 70s. But this is a piece of music where every single sound has been created individually and recorded and built up. So it's kind of effectively an orchestra made from a single sound source, if you like. So yes, there is a video that goes with it, isn't there? Yeah. So shall I just leave that up to you? No. Why not? don't know if have we got time for any questions?
Questions?
Yeah.
Anyone got any questions for John?
Yeah.
Have you anticipated the problem when you come to capture CV of analog to digital converters rejecting DC?
Yes.
In the 90s, and that was obviously.
Yes, yes. I mean, in fact, there are interfaces that are AC coupled. Sorry, DC coupled that you can do that, so that we can. Yeah, I mean that's something. I know it's an issue. Interestingly, there is a company that have devised a system that converts the CVs into frequency and then demodulates that as well. So there are different approaches that we could use. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
This is a project from the university called When the Boys Come Home, and it's a collaboration between a few different courses in the College of Arts. So, leave it to the floor and let them describe their project.
Okay, I'm Michael Brown. There's a few of us going to be talking. I'll let them introduce themselves as they do. Hello. So this is a collaborative project. And it's always a challenge to get collaborations to work across multiple disciplines on a semesterized modular structure, particularly if it's extracurricular and with no opportunity for assessment. And but nevertheless, that's what we've managed to achieve. My role in this is purely as music coordinator. And this project, why are we bringing it here? Well, it's because it was originally conceived as a surround sound installation. We imagined the radio part of it as being one of the eventual outcomes. It involves 5 different programs, or students from 5 different programs. And it was originally the brainchild of Mark Randell. Hello. Who works here, but is currently in the final stages of his MA in music production, so that still counts. So this is a student project, and we kind of coordinate it and guide it a little bit here and there. So the sequence of events began with this spatial conception that Mark's going to talk through in a moment, and evolved into the script that Daithi is going to discuss with us. We were invited to write a theme through our students, and that theme was then going to be used in different ways as an underscore. But actually there was a lot of dialogue between the different sections, so as it evolved, The music then informed the structure. And in fact, the title of the song that was produced eventually gave a name for the whole project. And also the way we use the music as well. In some cases, it was to underscore. In some cases, we attempted to create like a diegetic to non-diegetic relationship. So the music would be part of the narrative in some way, either through a phonogram or a radio or even a music box. And then it would make its way into a sort of non-diegetic where there was some reflection as part of the script. So now I'm going to hand over to Mark Randell. He's going to talk about where this project originated and his particular ambitions. And we're going to flash lots of pretty pictures at you to distract you from his embarrassment.
Are you clicking?
Well, I'm going to keep this microphone because I like the power.
Oh, that's good, good. So, the way this project came about is probably different to how you would normally do a radio drama, in the fact that it was actually the soundscape that came first, and that kind of dictated the narrative for the story. So, it kind of came from the idea that I basically wanted to do something that was based around World War II. I thought with all these sort of speakers, when I've come to these kind of events and when I've supported students, you know, you've got height, you've got depth, you've got, you know, this whole sort of immersive kind of quality. For me, the first thing that popped into my head was, you know, a dogfight, was bombs, was Blitz, and was World War II, because I thought, you know, I wasn't there, but I can imagine that the noise was so intense, and I thought, well, this environment gives me the opportunity to recreate this. So we started to put together some various ideas and come up with a sort of bit of a story. As you can see, I started to sort of crudely draw up kind of a rough sort of storyboard, so taking kind of more of a sort of visualising each individual scene, and it wanted to be based around sort of a Battle of the Britain type scenario. That's from just, you know, growing up watching, you know, war films with my dad. It's, as we all have seen the Battle of Britain and the Dam Busters and the Longest Day and all this kind of thing. I wanted to take that sound and sort of spatialise it. Now, originally I started messing about with just taking original video clips and taking the audio from it, extracting all the audio and trying to make it spatial. And that worked to a certain degree, but actually it didn't give me the story that I wanted, and that was where it started to become more interesting. I didn't want to just take an existing clip and try and make it spatial. I wanted to try and tell a definitive story. So I wanted to use, you know, the dogfight. I wanted to use sort of, you know, an ambisonic representation of what it would be like, sort of, you know, whether you're inside the plane, whether you're on the ground hearing all the bombs falling, and to use all these sounds and start to push it all together. Video clips like this, the clip here that we're just going to show, which, we got sound? No, don't really need sound. But basically, what it was, this is where we sort of sourced a lot of our idea for how it was going to sound. So originally, it was sort of watching news clips, watching films, getting the various ideas, and trying to think of all the different sounds and all the different textures that could be in there for this, you know, World War II sort of documentary. Once that was all sort of gathered, it was then started a case of putting it all together into sort of a definitive narrative. So if you just jump on one for us. And so that's just my rough ideas about where I wanted planes to be. So if we scroll on one more. And so this is just me sort of, you know, some ideas of the sort of scenes, and these are the ideas I had in my head when we were trying putting this together. The planes moving around, and, you know, an eventual sort of crash. Now that was the sort of the dogfight, and that was kind of like the initial idea of it. But that was kind of like sort of maybe about a 5-minute sort of clip of audio. So it needed to be put into some sort of context. So before that, I thought, well, you know, I want this sort of tranquil, sort of lovely country garden, English sort of countryside. You know, the bells of the church are ringing. The local vicar goes past on the bike. Somewhere between sort of, you know, Foyle's War and Midsummer Murders, something like that. And I started to put together all these sounds and to create this kind of this environment and create this kind of world. And it's at this point where it started to take a life of its own and actually started to actually become a proper story. So the idea being that from it being just a collection of small clips that sort of thinking, right, this is what a dogfight sounds like. No, this is now becoming a narrative from start to finish. Now, at this point, it was still purely just soundscape. There was no dialogue, there was no actual intention of having dialogue. It was the idea being that you'd come to the surround room, you'd sit there, you'd listen to it for 10 minutes, and you think, that's it, I was in a battle, but you're kind of making up your own sort of story. Which I'll come to that in a minute. But so the actual sort of sound design side of things, in total, I primarily worked in Pro Tools. So a lot of the sound was captured at various sort of locations. That's a wonderful shot of me, recording some water and ducks and stuff like that. But we can just jump on to the next one. So yeah, it all came together in Pro Tools. In total, I think for the soundscape, there's something like 85 individual audio files were used to build up this sort of 10-minute soundscape. And something like, I think you can't see there, but it's about 20 odd gigs worth of audio clips actually went into this. So it ended up being quite a massive project in the end. There we go. That was where's Harry? Thank you very much. You were the vicar on the bike. Unfortunately, you didn't know this. But we started to use all these various locations. So this became the garden party. So this is the church bells that you will hear when we play a clip later on. That's actually my back garden. That's where so much of this World War II sort of soundscape came from. No, it's amazing. That Spitfire, it just appeared, didn't it, on that specific day? It's great. But yeah, so we layered up loads and loads of audio. So I think for the initial sort of garden party scene, there's something like sort of 20 tracks of audio of birds tweeting and church bells ringing, and then decisions whether the church bells are too loud or the birds are overpowering. And there's a few sort of different debates about that. But then this kind of, once I'd sort of created this sort of 10-minute sort of soundscaped world, I'd pretty much done what I needed to do. I'd done it for the course that I needed to do. I'd handed it in, submitted it, and it was sort of job done. And it was sort of shelved, and it sat there, because I did this nearly 2 years ago. And it was only through, I can't remember how we started doing it. I think I just
walked in one day.
Just you happened to be walking past, and you could hear all the bombs and the blitz going off. And Daithi, who works on radio, started to think, wow, this could potentially be a radio drama. So do you want me to pass it to you?
Sure, yeah. What point do you want to pay a clip or two, or a clip? You got that lined up?
I'll line them up at the end.
All right. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm Daithi McMahon. I'm a senior lecturer here in the School of Arts. And so, yeah, as Mark said, teach radio and script writing. And so my background is in radio drama, really. And so a lot of what Mark has said, and when I walked in there and listened to what he had played, I said, this is amazing. And I said, can we do something more with it? And so why not? But I didn't think it would be, and as Michael said, it was very much a collaborative effort involving the students. I didn't want it just be where I'd walk in and make something and there you go. How great am I? A lot of students here who really need opportunities like this to get involved and to see what it's like to be involved in an actual production, not just maybe something that's going to sit on a shelf. Because like I said, we want to take this forward and to experiment with it further, which we'll get to later on in the presentation. So anyway, I came along, I said to the students, I teach an MA in Writing for Performance, so that's a script writing MA. They don't get a lot of opportunity to write for the ear or for radio at all. They really, or audio, I should say. Really, a lot of it's screen-based. So this created an excellent opportunity. So based on what I'd listened to, we sat down, listened to Mark's piece, said, okay, divide this up into different scenes, which he had done anyway, really. It was quite clear. But we wanted to create a narrative so we could see some characters progressing through this piece. So to make it a bit more engaging and to make it more dramatic. And so we sat down and we worked out what the scenes were, in a teaching session. We figured out what are the scenes, is it interior, exterior, and what's going on, and the characters involved. So these are just some of the notes we kind of put together on a whiteboard. And so similarly, we cut up notes about the characters we'd need, because we wanted to have characters in this and actors performing in it, and so that's where the theatre actors came in, and the music, as Michael will talk about, will come in. But we have the students writing it, and then yes, students studying performing arts to come and act in it, which was great. So we did an outline treatment which showed what each scene and what occurred in each scene briefly. so that the students could then go away and write scripts for each of those scenes. So this is an outline of what the treatment would look like. And so, yeah, you can advance that, Mike. Where are we at next? And yes, that brings us nicely onto the music. So once we had put together the performances, we're at a stage now where it's like, okay, well, it's enhanced now. We've got certainly strong soundscape. We've got some a script and some performances laid down. But it certainly, we recognized that it was lacking music. And so it really led on nicely then to the involvement of these two guys.
So our brief was to basically write a song. And knowing that in the context of the play, the song will only ever be heard in full at the very end, but it allowed us then potentially to draw out thematic material to be used as underscore. So where do we start? We have two students, one of them's here, and it seemed obvious then that it was natural to start by looking at what's been recorded, look at the hits of the day. So for me, these are broke it. So what we did was we dug out the hits of the day and shared them with the student. It seemed an obvious thing to analyze them on some level, look at the structures, look at the harmony, look at the lyrics, thinking that on some level these would be familiar to the two students. In actual fact, I don't think you'd heard any of them. From Latvia, these very much had passed the country by. So it was a genuine insight from one of the students, at least, to try to understand what these songs were about. And Yolanda did say, you've got your own song history, which are they very similar to this? You didn't think you were going to be involved in this, did you? No. So we looked at the lyrics, looked at the structures, and then we had the privilege of reading the script, which also helped inform the lyrical content. And a little bit of propaganda as well to look at what the country was trying to say to the people, the experience of the people. And then the next objective was to try to condense all that into what we call a mood board. It's kind of a common thing when we write songs here. We try to condense all of the ideas into a board. I'm going to let Phil say a few things now.
Hello, I'm Phil. I teach music as well. Basically what we did, and we kind of do every songwriting session, is trying to kind of get to the nub of the message of the song that we're trying to create, and also the message of the whole play, really. If we were to kind of sum it up in one sentence, what are we trying to say, what are we trying to communicate. So we kind of adopted this way of writing, because I've been writing with the two students for the whole of the autumn term before for various other things. And we kind of started to put these things together called mood boards, and just like brainstorming what we're trying to say to this song, what kind of goes with it, what are the thoughts we've got, however mad. We kind of write them down, and very often from that process you would actually get what you needed to put together the song. And the thing that really came across about reading the script itself was, on one level, it's called When the Boys Come Home, so on one level it kind of starts off and everybody's really, really hopeful about seeing the loved ones again, but we kind of know it's not going to end well. And if you go back to sort of songs like the White Cliffs of Dover or whatever, similar kind of thing really. On one level it's a very hopeful lyric, on another level it sounds quite lamentful. So it was trying to get that, I guess, all that kind of emotion to be rolled into two verses and one chorus, I suppose, really. So that was a challenge.
Hopefully this will play, Bruce. It's on now. It's playing. It's playing.
Sail across the sea, safe within our arms, back where they should be. There's a welcome here, with a sweetheart's kiss, when the boys come home. come home, I will be dreaming that there will be blue skies, and there will be long summer days. No going away or no goodbyes. Promise that you'll stay. When the boys come home, I'll be waiting, sail across the sea, safe within our arms, back where they should be. There's a welcome here with a sweetheart's kiss. When the boys come home, when the boys come home, I will be dreaming.
So also within that one, you can hear the transition from diegetic to non-diegetic. And same here, taking the themes and imagining that in the narrative somewhere, someone's wound up a music box and the same theme will play. So we started to reuse the theme in certain scenes, converting it major to minor, twisting it around to underscore certain points within the narrative. We'd like you to hear the whole thing, but you've got to come upstairs to do so. And we will now hand over back to Mark. Can we just have a round of applause for one of the composers sat here?
So once we'd recorded everything, so we had 85 tracks of sort of soundscape, and then we had X amount of tracks of music, and then it was also lots and lots of tracks of dialogue. It was the next point was to start to actually really sort of spatialise it. So we made the transition from Pro Tools across to Reaper using Bruce's plugins. That was a screenshot of the final session, so 180 tracks in Reaper. So it's quite a mammoth session. Now, it could be condensed down a little bit, but it was very easy. When it's so long and so big, it was easy to have it in kind of a nice sort of linear fashion, so I could jump from the various different scenes. One thing that was interesting as well when it came to sort of the spatialisation of it is because obviously I'd got this kind of idea about where this world was and where you were within this world. So I would, pan certain items to certain areas, but I wasn't too fussed about kind of always being completely accurate with perspective of things. So when you hear it upstairs, it'll make a bit more sense. But there's a scene where you're inside. The idea is you're inside the Spitfire and you're inside the middle of this dogfight, and there's a lot of noise and you hear planes flying around. Now, in reality, it probably wouldn't have sounded quite like that, but we wanted to bend the laws of reality a little bit to make it an interesting story. So that's what it looks like at the moment. That's how it's all set up. So we've got a 32 speaker rig. We've also got speakers in the ceiling and speakers in the floor as well, and sub. And that's where we've set the room up upstairs in 216. I mean, one of the things I think which became interesting when we started putting all the track together, especially when we had the dialogue as well, was the ability to actually have multiple voices going off at once. So normally a radio play would be one person talking or group of people talking, but nobody tramples over the other person. It's very clear, very concise. Well, I actually wanted to kind of sort of abandon some of that rules, and in the middle of a battlefield, you're being shot at, being shelled. It's not going to be one person very clearly going, "Oh, we're being shot at here. It's not looking too good, is it?" There's going to be multiple conversations. So when you go upstairs, as you move around the space, hopefully you'll get a different kind of perspective of what's going off. So almost to the point where you go in and listen to a scene, and if you walk round clockwise, you'll hear one story. You walk around counterclockwise, and you'll hear a different perspective because you'll hear different components going off. And that was something that, you know, we're interested in to sort of explore. So the future, is that's yourself?
Who knows what's going to happen in the future? But well, the future, I guess what we're getting at in this is that we'd like it to bring it further and well, to share the work of our students much more broadly, and I suppose the broader kind of experimentation and research that we do here, because like you'll see when you go upstairs and listen to it, it's something that really needs to be appreciated in the correct environment to really fully appreciate it at the moment. But we would like to then to take it to other areas, including binaural virtual experience, perhaps. Which Michael seems to know a lot about, or navigable narrative elements. You know, look, in terms of gaming at these different areas in entertainment, there's a lot that can be done with these. Now, it's not really my area of expertise, but given that you're able to create these soundscapes and these experiences, there's quite a variety of things to be done. So next year will be the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Britain. So this is an old one, is it? Well, it's the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Britain next year. So it's great. Gives a great opportunity for us to use that as a springboard, as a reason, as an excuse to bring it out and exhibit it elsewhere. But you know, there generally tends to be a period of reflection when you get to the centenary, or not centenary, but you know, usually the decades of the, say, the 80th, the 70th, or the 75th, as you pointed out, it tends to be a big thing. So it's a good excuse. We want to get it elsewhere as well. Perhaps broadcast would be excellent, and probably we need to put it through to be experienced in a binaurally for the listener, which would be ideal. And so really that's kind of the avenue we're going. We'd love to get it broadcast so it can reach a large audience. So having the experience, like I said, upstairs, we want to have that other places, perhaps in the city at Quad, but broadcast would be ideal to reach the maximum audience, of course. And given that it's a student production, we'd like to get ideally some awards winning for it. So, for example, the New York Festival's Radio Awards, I think they would be quite excited about a piece like this, given how complex and brilliant it is, in my humble opinion. And the Prix Europe has also opened up to much more diverse programming. It used to be just TV and radio, but now it's open up to students and young people and experimentation with audio. And there's actually another talk later on about audio video gaming, which I'm quite excited about. But I'm obviously out of time because Michael's gone and flicked right through. So thank you very much. But do come up. I don't think we can fit everybody in each session. You'd have to at least do 2 sessions upstairs because we don't want it to be crammed. But please do come along and listen. We're going to do it once at lunch, one at the end of the day. And it's about 15 minutes long, isn't it? And it's... Mm-hmm.
12, so upstairs in MS216.
So we'd love you to hear it. We want your ideas. We want to know what we can do to make this better. So there's a lot of expertise here. So let's have some criticism.
Yeah. Do we have any questions while we're lining that clip up? How long do we have? No questions. That's okay. That's good.
I've lost. Oh, and I've still got it. Yeah, you see.
So I'm just going to play a couple of little short sort of clips of the thing. The entire piece is it's about 25 minutes long. So let's just play a bit from the start. So this starts at the sort of opening musical credits, and it kind of goes into the first scene.
With a sweetheart's
As no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
Beautiful girl she is.
Thank you, Grandma.
And Gretel, dearest. And it's Petunia, isn't it?
No, Grandma. Penelope. It's Penelope.
Well, you can call me Penny. It's nice to meet you. Penny? Sorry.
Grandma.
Penelope.
I'm not going to play too much because I don't want to get too much of the story away. So I'm just going to jump to
about some of the difficult dynamics in the actual performance.
I shall report back to you as and when I can.
The music box down.
All my love. Your darling mother.
Keep the line moving. There's plenty of room in the shelter. Let's keep moving slow and steady. Red hammer on the head count.
Any questions? Okay, so thank you very much. There'll be demonstrations of that in its entirety upstairs in MS 216. So if you go up 2 flights of stairs, it's this side of the building. If you follow someone else there. I've got quite a few, Harry, so I can read one out. Okay, so our next talk is from Harry Cooper, who's currently an MA student at the University of Derby with a keen interest in ambisonics and spatial audio. His background is a musical one, having produced and played on multiple albums for his record label Purple Jam, and performed around the UK in various projects. He also has a BSc in chemistry from Nottingham Trent University, and is now co-owner of Purple Jam Limited, along with fellow MA students Jordan Barry and Connor Harrison. Harry is the director, lead Unity developer, and sound designer at the company. So, Harry Cooper, thank you very much.
Okay, great. So we're just going to start off with a 1-minute trailer for the audio game, and then I'll talk about said trailer.
You fools! There's always something happening behind closed doors. Always the real truth. The day of reckoning will come, and the only people you'll be mocking are yourselves.
My God. It's you. How on earth did you get here?
Now remember, Dustlight's one hell of a city, lad, so keep your wits about you. Not everyone's as holy as they say they are. In that wretched hole.
So that was the first trailer for Pitch Black, A Dusklight Story, which is a audio-only game based on binaural audio. So, as previously said, the people developing the game are myself. I'm Harry Cooper. I handle some of the sound design and all of the Unity development. We also have Jordan Barry, who's Master of Marketing and a sound design guru. And finally, Connor Harrison, who's lead narrative director for the company and does a bunch of other stuff as well, because when there's only 3 of you, you all do a bunch of other stuff. Together we synergize is a bit of an in-joke, but it's kind of funny. Anyway, great. So very quickly about the trailer you just heard. There are 5 auditory scenes there. It's in 3rd order ambisonics and was made upstairs using Bruce's WigWeb plugins. Yeah. Okay, so this game, from an idea perspective, has been in development for, I suppose, around 6 months, which you could call a pre-production phase. And it started from ideas with spatial music, and then I was looking at what was perhaps more commercially viable. And what spatial music is incredibly interesting. It's quite hard to get that across to a larger audience. However, in the gaming industry, there's a huge crowd of people, blind and visually impaired people, who aren't currently catered for that well. And so by making an audio-only game, not only are you making great steps in accessibility, you're also making a unique experience for a lot of other gamers. The actual production of the game has been happening for around 1 month. And so whilst these ideas have had some amount of refinement, it's still in quite an experimental phase. So if you have any ideas for tips or ideas for game mechanics, please do come and have a chat, because we're looking to make this as fully featured as possible. Okay, so what is Pitch Black: A Disc-Like Story? We're aiming for around 5 to 6 hours of gameplay. We're aiming to contain procedural content or randomly generated content. The definition for procedural kind of changes depending who you talk to. But the idea is it's not a linear progression. The main narrative is, but by having procedural content and emergent soundscapes, it makes the experience replayable and a different experience every time you go through each level. Okay, and if you're talking to a marketing person, it's a story-driven audio exploration game in a post-apocalyptic setting. Cool. Now there have been lots of audio games before us. Many of them contain 1 or 2 mechanics, and some of them contain slightly more, but the majority of them have been quite short. A Blind Legend is a notable game which was released on iOS and also Steam and various distribution platforms. And that was a binaural audio-based game which contained mainly 2 or 3 mechanics. One was a little girl who would say, "I'm over here, turn over here," and you'd have to turn and go towards her. And another one would be, once an enemy became a certain volume from a certain direction, you have to swipe and attack them in some way. Other notable games have been Papa Sangre, who got Sean Bean to do the voice acting, and that took more of a horror approach to the genre, using the, not sensory deprivation, but only having one medium as a way of creating tension within the game. Okay, so where do you start when you're designing an audio game? These 2 definitions are a gross oversimplification of what can be a beautiful and complex use of sound within the 2 mediums, but just for the sake of it, sound design in games is rarely used as the main mechanic. There are notable exceptions, but often it's there to reinforce the visuals, and the same is true of films. So if you don't have a predefined set of terms to help create game mechanics from sound, it's important to, at least for your own clarification, or my clarification when I'm developing game mechanics using sound, to come up with a set of terms that I can use to describe what I mean when I'm talking about different types of audio source in the game world. Okay, so I'll give you a second to read. Great. So in summary, mechanical is an audio source that overtly directs the player through a level or away from something within the level. Non-mechanical does not overtly direct the player, but does, as I'll explain in a bit, kind of nudge, kind of wink and say, "Come over here, please," rather than saying, "Come towards me." Reactive is an audio source that reacts to various stimuli within the game world, and ambience is ambience. Okay, and so by combining these terms, you get non-mechanical ambience. So that's background kind of world-building sound, soundscape-building sound that doesn't overtly direct the player. Reactive non-mechanical ambience, again, isn't used specifically to move the player along, but it does react to stimuli. So imagine you've got a little creature over there, and you're walking towards it. As you get within a certain region, it will make a sound. And so by placing those sort of elements within the game, it makes it feel like more of a living, breathing world. So it doesn't feel as if you're a passenger through this thing. Instead, you've got objects reacting to your presence within the game world. Okay, as I said, ambiguities. Within the level design, many non-mechanical ambiences will still direct the player in a certain way. Okay. An example of this might be if you're in a city level and you're over here and your goal is to get to something over there. If you've got a tram within the city, or maybe a car or something, if it's moving in a definite direction, so maybe it's passing overhead, so and it keeps repeatedly doing that, subconsciously you're indicating to the player that something is over there, something of interest. it might be something as well if there's a definite defined sound, so a repeating multi-frequency sound, such as perhaps a clock ticking, and you're at one side of the room and it's above the next doorway, that is going to indicate to the player that there's an area to move over there, rather than if there was no sound at all, just the idea that you had to move through a corridor. Okay, as explained. All right, now, when you're creating these soundscapes, you can use ambisonics in an interesting way, in that you can develop using an ambisonic array, such as the one in 216, a soundscape that you can then place around the level by virtualizing the speaker sources. So, for example, if you were to create a virtual version of this room and place mono audio sources in each room, then you could render out your ambisonic array as if it was being decoded to play back in this room, and then each of those channels placed within a certain game area. So it's the means of using ambisonics, but using the in-game HRTFs to spatialize it, rather than sticking a ambisonic.wav or ambifile onto the player's position and having that move with the player. There are ways of putting ambisonic audio files within the game world, but there are some strange caveats with them. So, for example, if you're using Unity, which we are, and you're using Steam Audio, and you place an ambisonic sound file over here, what it doesn't do is place all of the channels of it doesn't create a virtual ambisonic array in this location. And so what it instead does is just automates the volume as you get closer, but if a sound is meant to be behind you, it still sounds behind you, so it doesn't really work for localization. By taking the approach that we have, by having point audio sources, it means that if you're moved towards something that's meant to be over here, and your virtual speaker is over here, that part of the soundscape gets louder when it's supposed to. Okay, now variation within any game world is important to keep the experience interesting and non-repetitive. And so by creating defined audio vignettes, and by vignette I mean a small scene that's going to evoke some emotion in the player, and randomizing when they enter the game world, you can create noticeable differences each time you play through. So if this entire space is the game level, and you've got a prefab of, say, in a desert where you've got some scavengers eating something, and the player is walking through, this time on the playthrough, that will be the scavengers eating something. Maybe in the next one, where that audio vignette has been placed, it might be some vultures flying overhead or something like that. And so by predefining notable scenes that randomly change every time you press play, you make each run through slightly different. Okay, binaural and ambisonics isn't great for all types of sound, most notably wind. So wind, you hear wind because of its interaction with things. It's not inherently a noisy thing. So if you're trying to denote wind, you don't want an ambisonic kind of decorrelated wind thing that when you move your head, this bit of wind stays here. That doesn't really make sense. What you want it to sound like is that the wind is interacting with your pinna, and so you can achieve that with just a stereo audio file rather than using binaural or ambisonic. Okay, so reactive ambience can be a number of different things. In our particular game, it's little creatures mostly. So as you're walking towards something, it will react as previously explained, but it goes further than that because you want to try and create some sort of ecosystem within the game world. And so if you have a lizard, say, and you've got certain patrol points that it goes towards, and it chooses at random which patrol point it's going to go towards, and then you also have areas wherein a certain creature, in this case a megapede, which is a giant millipede, might spawn, and those two creatures will interact. But dependent on the location that the megapede has been placed, and dependent on by which direction the lizard walks in, they're going to react in different places spatially and at different times. And so if you take those ideas and apply them to lots of different things, you get the idea of an emergent soundscape that doesn't exist until you press play and all the creatures load in. Okay. And this is an example of that. Yeah. So as I said, these are the things interacting. This is a bird reacting to those things interacting. And these have spawned in at different locations each time you press play, and the player's moving towards the destination. So they get this idea of an ever-changing world. Okay. Now, directing the player with audio can be done in a number of different ways, and we're still kind of figuring out the best way of doing this, because you don't want the whole time to have an NPC say, come over here, it's over here, because that's just not very interesting, and it's a bit of a heavy-handed approach to directing the player. What you can do is place interesting sound sources kind of in the vague direction of where you want them to go, and then have a mechanical audio source. So they get the sense of exploring the game world for the interest inherent in it, as well as progressing through the level with a minimum amount of frustration. So mechanical audio sources can be expressed in a number of different ways. You might have a semantic one, where one of the NPCs say, please try and, there's someone you need to talk to in a certain pub. There's always a busker outside there singing a song about something. And so the player knows that when they say enter a city level, that they're trying to listen out for the busker, but they don't know exactly where that is. So they're encouraged to explore through the game world until they hear someone playing a guitar, and then they get to the next area, which is the pub that they were looking for in the first place, for example. Okay, another way of driving the player is through fear, because it can be quite daunting. Everyone knows when you walk into your house at night, and it's a natural thing to be scared of the weird creaks, and maybe a cat jumps at you from a random direction. That's pretty scary, because you can't see the source. So you can have a horror element to the game by putting terrifying creatures, in our case a ghoul-like thing, screaming at you from a certain direction, naturally making the player want to move in the other direction. Okay, great. So as I was talking about before, creating an emergent soundscape requires some degree of randomization within certain parameters, so you don't end up with 50 creatures all over here and you happen to hit there and then it's a barrage of horrible sounds. And also that's quite unnatural for certain creatures to group like that. But having, say, 3 lizards and 4 different spawn points, and they all walk around, and it can lead to interactions if you have different creatures which are in different positions that they then interact with. Now, if those creatures make the same sound every time, that can get pretty boring. So what we've aimed to do through creating a language, sort of like an alphabet, and so 7 of those, or 5 or 8, or however long you want the interaction to last, sounds can be picked as if you've got different letters, and they make certain words. And the letters that are picked at each interaction are randomized. So you end up with kind of a vocabulary for these creatures, which gets picked at random, and those interactions also happen at random. So you get a lot of differentiation, but all within a cohesive style, because you've created a cohesive character language. Okay, so this is an example of a scene. So your red is your player, triangle is your patrol points, let's call the purple thing a lizard, and then these are the areas in which a certain character may spawn in, so a megapede, for instance. You also have an audio vignette, which is outside the playable area, which I'll explain in a minute. That's what that line represents. And you have non-reactive ambience, which might be a ghoul in the desert, which spawns in and takes a certain amount of time to say something. Okay, and this is what happens when everything loads and things start interacting. Okay. Great. And this is an example of as said previously, things interacting as you move through. All right, now, just because things are technically different doesn't make them feel different. And this is why audio vignettes are vital to having something that is obviously different within each scene. Because if you are to just have a megapede that creaks or squeaks or rattles in a certain way, a lot of those are kind of going to merge into the same sort of sound. But if you have certain things flying overhead sometimes, or some scavengers growling at each other, or I don't know, some sort of mating ritual or something happening, then that's going to be a meaningful event to the listener. Yeah, so the audio vignette is changing at each load, and therefore making a more meaningful experience. Okay, onto the technology side of things. So I'm pretty new to game dev. As I say, my background's in musical history, but based on what I've learned and studied a lot so far, we've gone with using Unity rather than Unreal, which are the kind of two main options for this sort of thing. And we've gone with Unity because Unreal is very good at lower level kind of source code type stuff, and it's got a much higher graphical fidelity, or it's easy to create a much higher graphical fidelity within the game. Whereas Unity is kind of has a shallower learning curve initially. It's very accessible, and because it's quite easy to get into, and because it's been quite popular amongst independent developers for a long time, there's lots and lots of documentation online, both official and unofficial, that means that if you're new to game development or to coding, it's very easy to get to a point where you can actually start making something. Reaper for ambisonic arrangements, because it's easy to create different channels, different renders, all that sort of thing. And also I use Reaper before ambisonic, so I love it anyway. And Wigware, because again, I'm at University of Derby and it's really good and I'm used to using it. That's it. Okay. Now, if you want a free way of implementing HRTFs into your game, there are three main options that I've discovered. One is Resonance Audio, which is made by Google, was released in 2016. And it was kind of created to have a low CPU load without sacrificing too much quality, which means that it's very good for smaller scale projects, but Google, it seems, have stopped supporting it as there hasn't been an update for a long while. And because of this, there are some bugs in it, which we've discovered a couple of months into development. And so it became obvious that every time we added some new sound source, the spatialization would go strange, or when it got above a certain number of audio sources, the spatialization would go strange. So it just wasn't very reliable, and you're spending days trying to fix bugs you shouldn't have to fix. Oculus Spatializer is great from a HRTF perspective. It sounds quite realistic, at least to my ears. But it doesn't handle occlusion, which, based on a lot of game mechanics that we're using, is a very big deal. It means you have to use raycasting or different things to trigger when an audio source is on or off, or the volume, or occlusion to lower high frequencies, all that sort of thing. And so it wasn't particularly, not useful, but it wasn't the most fluid method of creating this game world. And so we've gone with Steam Audio, which it does take a little bit longer to implement, but it's relatively plug and play, and it has different occlusion settings, different reverb settings. It can update occlusion in real time, which is vital if you've got moving sources. And the HRTF seem just as realistic, again, to my ears, as Resonance Audio and Oculus Spatializer does. Also, the Steam Audio allows you to put in your own set of HRTFs. So something we're considering is having a set of 5 HRTFs developed from different pinnae. And so the player can find the one which best suits them, which gets rid of, not completely, but some of the issues with generalized HRTFs. Okay, that's it. All right, now games are very good at creating this sense of player mastery. As you get good at a game, that's very satisfying because you complete harder challenges and all that sort of thing. But how do you do that in an audio game where the only medium you have to make things more difficult is audio, without making it incredibly frustrating and people getting lost, and because that's no fun? And so there are a few ways of doing it, which I'm going to discuss. How reverberant a space is one, because if you're in a very large hall with hard reflective surfaces, it's a lot harder to localize a single mono source of sound, and therefore the navigability within your game is going to decrease. If you start off in a very outdoor environment where there's a single point source, whilst it might be slightly diffuse because of the lack of reflective surfaces, it's going to be a lot easier to travel in a certain direction. So that's one. How busy a soundscape is another. If you were to walk into a crowded restaurant, for instance, and you don't know particularly what you're aiming to listen to, so you're not making use of the cocktail party effect, it's quite hard to navigate. So dependent on how busy your soundscape is, makes it more difficult or less difficult to navigate. Take the example of the desert again. If you've got a single point source and a few animals, and you're moving towards something, it's very easy to localize where you're aiming for and move in that direction. Okay, the precision required. This is something that needs to come later on in the game as people get used to the HRTFs being used, as people can. So initially, if you start with wide open spaces which encourage exploration, rather than thin corridors which you might get stuck on a wall or something, it means that there's a nice ramp in difficulty, as initially you can't really go wrong, towards the end where you need to definitely locate where that source is coming from and move towards it. And finally, object occlusion. And you can actually procedurally generate these types of puzzles, which is very, very interesting. But imagine you've got 3 blocks moving at a certain speed, and they're different sizes, and they cause either complete occlusion, so no transmission of audio, or partial occlusion, and an audio source over here. What you then have to do is time your movement based upon when the audio source is being occluded. And so by randomizing the speed and the size of these occluding objects and putting them within a game level, say it's a factory, and you have different things swinging and you don't want to get hit by the big thing, this can procedurally generate level content while still being in a feasible soundscape. Okay, I'm sure we all know this anyway, given its sounds in space, but just as a reminder. Cool. All right, so if you distill that down into what it means for making an audio game, these are a set of rules that you try and use to either increase or decrease difficulty. One is low frequency sounds. If you have a low rumble, that's a lot less localizable than a multi-band kind of sort of sound that's either beeping or moving. Right, and games generally, unless they're a very kind of artsy exploration or kind of installation type game, have game mechanics, because it allows the player to get better at using them, maybe their abilities increase throughout, generate that sense of mastery. So we've been thinking of ways to do that within an audio game. A zoom mechanic is one. So imagine instead of zooming in on a sniper scope, you can move the audio listener forward. And so again, if you're in a busy city and you think you can hear a guitar and they move, but you're not quite sure, if you can in some way zoom in and lower the sounds that are creating that busyness to just find out where that guitar is and then move towards it and walk towards it, that's very useful. One that's very useful in corridors is if you're if you're in a small corridor or a large corridor, you can interpret the reverb on that, but sometimes it's quite difficult to tell. And so if you have an audio source that beeps for the duration that you are far away from that wall by pressing a certain button, that can help navigation. So if you're in a very small corridor and you're right next to it, it might just go beep, and you know you're 1 meter away. And if you're 10 meters away, it will go beep, beep, beep 10 times. And finally, if you're in a wide open space and there aren't that many audio cues within there, it's very plausible that a player will walk in a certain direction and then turn around a bit to listen to something, but then not be quite sure where they're heading. And so if you allow them to leave auditory cues, which might be a beeping sound, or maybe they can personalize them in some way, then it kind of sets a marker as to where they've been before, and then they can navigate in the right direction. Okay, as previously discussed, these are different player drivers. So exploration, it's an interesting soundscape. Semantic, the NPC says go find the busker. Fear, scary ghoul sound. And if there's only one source in a soundscape, which never really happens in real life, but can be used to quite artistic effect if you really want to highlight something within the game. That's obviously going to be the direction with which the player moves. Okay, as discussed. Okay, so all of these things have been used in games before. So by themselves, they aren't innovative or that interesting. But when you put them into the scale of the game, which we're trying to do, 5 to 6 hours, it's something that, to my knowledge, hasn't happened before. So that's why it's very exciting for us. Yeah, and finally, we're doing a Kickstarter in September, and we're on Twitter. And if you have any ideas or want to just talk about the game or get involved, come and say hi. Thanks very much.
Great, thanks, Harry. That's very interesting. Are there any questions from the floor?
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Obviously, you've designed it, built it, you've listened to it an awful lot, but when people experience it for the first time, do you notice a settling in period, or do they have a training period to get used to what they're hearing, or do they just get it straight away?
Well, as I say, we've only been in full-time production for around a month, so we haven't got to the play testing type of things. But a way to combat that confusion is to use the difficulty parameters as discussed to make it a very easy sort of thing. So there's one source, you have to go towards it, and eventually...
So a bit like a training period?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a tutorial. Yeah.
Just a quick question. You mentioned the game with Sean Bean. Does he die?
You know, I haven't finished it, but it is a horror game, so probably. Yeah. Okay.
You keep on saying to move towards an audio source, but what's your kind of control surface for the game?
Oh, I should have said. So it's a PC game. So WSD, mouse, anyone who's played a PC game. But we are looking at other platforms. Initially, it's just, I'm a PC gamer myself, so it's kind of the most natural platform. And also for blind and visually impaired players, based on the few statistics we can find, they do tend to like PC games. Great. Okay, yeah.
Could one of the rooms that or places that your listener could go into, could that be an ambisonic disaster?
Absolutely. Yeah, we could maybe get a Guitar Hero type interface thing going, and yeah, of course, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there, but thank you very much, Aaron.
Pleasure, thanks very much.
Simon Goodwin, who has been making games and audio tech for almost 40 years, with British firms like Codemasters, Attention to Detail and Silicon Studios Limited, and with multinationals like Amiga, Atari, Creative Labs, DTS, Electronics Arts, Intel, Motorola and Sega. He's also worked extensively in radio, TV and mass market technical journalism. Along the way, Simon has pioneered the use of seemingly dead-end 1970s British tech like ambisonics into virtual reality and best-selling games. Helped get 6 games to #1 in the full price charts here and abroad as a principal programmer, audio engineer and experienced sound designer, picking up 5 patents and a couple of BAFTAs, and written a book, Beat to Boom, for AS and Focal Press. So I'm very pleased to welcome back to Simon Goodwin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruce. And this is the 3rd time that I've spoken here. First time I came along, I was doing ambisonics and games. Nobody could really see the point, apart from the fact that maybe it meant they could save a bit of disk space by making a late decision about how they were going to position things. Nowadays, AR and VR has come along, and suddenly we can see the point. But actually, there are lots of reasons in terms of the creation of assets and the way that you deliver a personalized experience to a game player, which are great justifications for using ambisonics. Normally speaking, when I do this talk, I put a fair amount of explanation of ambisonics in there. I'm going to skip over that quite quickly later on. What I'm going to be talking about in general, and it is an attempt to condense a book that took me 30 years to work out how to write, 18 months to write, and then 127,000 words, that's about 20,000 more than the publisher expected. The book that's condensed a great deal of information. So what I'm going to be talking about here is how we make a game that, in order to reach a mass market, is scalable from the cheapest telephone up to the latest VR rig, and how we make a product that delivers a personalized experience. And this is a massive difference between interactive media and a massive creative opportunity for us as well. How we create an experience that is customized for the preferences, the listening environment, and the style of play associated with each of the customers that's buying the game. So, I'll kick off by explaining, as I guess some of you probably realise, that there's a lot going on in modern games. Typically, we will have thousands, often hundreds of thousands, I haven't seen a million yet, we must be getting close, of individual sound effects, localised speech and sounds that are placed in the game. As time has gone by, we've put more and more variety of things in, so we'll spend longer down the scrapyard beating bits out of panels in order to make sure that you don't hear, what was a shame perhaps, the same iconic every time you run into things. But there's a lot we can do with ambisonics and with reflections and dynamic DSP effects, which also adds variety to games. To summarise then, thousands of sound effects, even in a pretty simple game, more than an hour of assets in RAM, and although that might not sound like very much, a lot of them are a second or so in length, and we'll use them in combinations so as to get more variety, more emergent narrative, I suppose, in the game. You see, in a game, compared with a film, the story is created by the player from their experience. And so what you've got to do is, if you want to make a game that is truly involving for the player, you've got to, rather than dictate to them what they should be thinking and feeling, you should provide them with enough cues so that they can interpret the environment in a way that means that their decisions later conform with and reinforce their sense of involvement. Yeah, streaming as well. We might have 1,000 or so samples on disk, but every time somebody switches the camera position, we'll chuck a few hundred of those out and grab a whole load of new ones more appropriate for where we're listening from. Music, we're not going to just pre-render some stereo and swap it back and forth as you pop your head over the parapet. Typically, we'll go to the composer, and more fun for the composer too. We'll ask them to give us the original stems of their recording, so that when somebody crashes into the tyre wall in a racing game, we can cut the thing right down to just the backbeat. When they overtake one of the other cars and move into the lead, we put an extra layer on. All of that, though, takes a great deal of testing, and what you don't want to do is have it make triumphal noises and congratulate you from the engineer as you do this marvellous overtaking manoeuvre, which simply means that you've missed a corner and you're about to disappear off the map. Okay, the other thing is, audio is actually much more demanding than the other systems from a real-time point of view. Audio is a hard real-time problem, because if the video stops for a 60th or a 30th of a second, the picture's still there. If the audio stops, and we have to update the audio 192 times a second at least, often more than that. If the audio stops, not only is there a pause, maybe only a pause that short, but your brain thinks it's longer, it echoes around in your head afterwards. The other issue that you've got is that if we're using any kind of compression chain like Dolby or DTS downstream, it will take a little while for all of the little coloured lights to come back on afterwards. And that destroys immersion. So we're a hard real-time problem, and therefore we have to be really good about managing the worst case. Because in games, as opposed to in films where you can just simply change the plot or move the camera or something, in games, only the worst case matters. Right, so simple example, racing games. I've made a lot of racing games. I've also made dancing games and cricket games and space exploration games. Ignore the fact you can't hear things in space. It's nice if you can. And so, yeah, Formula One race, 24 cars. Each one's got 4 wheels, unless it's one of the 19 well, one of the older ones, in which case it might have 6. But still, each one of those wheels can scrub and can skid, and those are different noises, and they provide different information to the player. They can be moving on different surfaces. And it works out that each wheel of each car can make between 4 and 9 noises, depending on what's going on. And the more it's making, the more important it is you know that they're happening. Maybe we'll have 200 cars in a Formula 1 game. We might not only be viewing all of the cars in the race, we might also, for a much better player experience, be delivering a 2-player split screen view, or even a 4-player split screen view, so that we're simultaneously trying to deliver overlaid on whatever mixture of headphones, loudspeakers, or whatever the customers have got. We're trying to deliver multiple disambiguated sound fields. I can't go into a great deal of detail about that. There's lots about it in the book, but there will be a bit more about that later. So, yep, lots and lots of different subsystems. It's not just about making the engine go, even if that would be perhaps the only thing you heard, whether in a Spitfire or a Formula 1 car. In practice, we want to know about surfaces. We want the sound to change as well as your environment changes. For instance, as damage takes place on the vehicle. One of the things I do is if I've got a damage loop, rather than leave a noise going all of the time, which becomes monotonous, I take it off as soon as you take the foot off the accelerator. Then I put it back on, starting in a different place when you go back in. It makes you wince. Another one is wheel noise. If you've got a damaged wheel bearing in a rally or something like that, you want to make sure that it makes the sort of right sort of noise, and then whenever you turn in a particular direction, horrible things happen. Because again, there's this sense of control that the player has that is crucial to their sense that they have agency within the game. And that's such a massive, massive opportunity and exciting thing to be working on. Also, it goes wrong all the time, which is fun. And you have to put a bit of practice into working out what you can get away with. So we've got weather as well. Different types of weather makes a difference to the handling of the game, obviously makes a difference to the sound. Wind direction too, yeah? If you're driving along in a rally game with the wind, then you don't expect the sound of the weather to stay the same as you go around a hairpin bend. If it does, we've missed another opportunity. So, yeah, crowds as well. We don't just have crowds in the game and place them around in the world. We make sure that they know where you are in that competition, or be it football, you know, who's winning, things like that. And also, so we'll choose appropriate assets according to where you are in your career, as well as where you are in that particular event within the game. And then we've got non-player characters, which might be other human beings playing remotely, or artificial intelligence operating the other things. So lots of subsystems there, all of them with audio associated with them. None of them have to be strictly realistic, but they've got to be consistent. Because if they're not consistent, people filter them out and can't derive useful information from that. So I mentioned a little about the music layering as well. We want the music to be interactive, and for the composers, this means actually that they've got the potential to get more into the work, but they have to think about it in a different way. Final point, and this has been a big change, probably the biggest change in gaming other than VR over the last 5 years, which is that nowadays people have speakers in their controllers, people have headphone sockets local to them. We are not just doing split screen gaming, we also have the opportunity to deliver multiple customized mixes. And if you design your audio runtime system appropriately, again, that's a great creative opportunity. I've seen a load of VR demos where we're standing behind and we can see a sort of view of what the person, maybe 2 views, of what the person with a headset on is seeing. Typically, I don't hear the audio at all. What I would like to have would be the system generate a binaural, of course, customized to the listener, binaural experience for the player, but then a spatialized, with whatever equipment you've got outside, separate view for the people who are waiting to take part in it. This is easy to do as long as you plan it to begin with, but many design decisions stem from people assuming there will only be one of something, whether it's only one listener in the world, only one player, or only one audio out endpoint. So I'll explain how to commit late, because the essence of making good interactive audio is not making any decision until the last possible moment when you've got as much information about the player and the environment as you can get. And again, that's a great creative opportunity. Right, so the individual sounds, they might be called voices or sources, the term at the moment is audio objects, in a game, have certain vital properties. We actually boil these down to a much smaller list in the course of deciding what to play. But to kick off, we obviously need to know where they are in 3D. And even if the game is drawn in 2D and listened to in mono, nonetheless, all the 3D information about the listener position and the position of the sources, hopefully their extent, that's to say their size and their orientation as well, all of that's kicking around inside the game engine. We know their distance, and that provides us with cues about whether they're coming towards us, going away from us, and the extent to which we need to worry about them. We have an idea of their orientation. As I say, we should know their size. Their velocity is important too, because in the real world, we're familiar with knowing whether things are coming towards us and going away, apart from those annoying, continuously varying sirens. Okay, if you're going to make a siren for a police car, it makes sense to have it go changing backwards, forwards, up and down, because then people can't know where it's coming from. But if it's an ambulance or a fire engine, please, let's have two tones alternating. Then we can tell whether it's coming away or going from Doppler. So yeah, velocity is important because it influences its Doppler. For reasons I'll explain later, mainly due to the fact that we might have 5,000 things to play and 60 voices, we have a priority system. And obviously there's volume as well. Volume expressed not as a gain from 0 to 1, because then you get some people add them, some people multiply them. Attenuation, please, down from 0, because this is a digital system. We can't go above 0, but we do want to be able to sum attenuations in a psychoacoustically consistent way. And there will be various reasons for summing them, as you'll see. Reverbs as well. Each voice, well, we've often made games where we've got by with just 8 reverb sends, but I'd like to have more. And usually a lot more coming back, because some of those will be spatialized, and therefore you'll have directional reverb. Some of them will be the classic mono in, multi-channel out. For instance, if you're doing vehicle interior, you might well decide it's reasonable to make a mono mix of what you send in for that. But if you're doing the sounds of the reflections from the environment around you, you definitely want to have spatialized sends. That eats up some resources and therefore creates scalability issues. Imagine you've got all of that working beautifully and then somebody says, and now we're going to do 4-player split screen. Right, the other thing is EQ, used both creatively and also for distance attenuation modeling, things like that. So you could use it to add emphasis. You can also use it to just simply provide extra information to the player. There's a British racing game called Burnout, which sold millions and ran almost the entire mix, other than the music, through a parametric EQ, so that the sound of your immediate environment and your actions changed according to the amount of damage on your vehicle. This provides you with further information about how near the edge you are as you go along. We've got all of these knobs, let's use them, but let's not randomize them. Let's take advantage of the fact that we're modeling a complicated environment, and consequently, rather than just say, oh, I'll pick a new random number, map something that is at least congruent with the thing that we're delivering onto the knob or the control that we've got. That way, people learn what the correspondence is. It's not true that in the real world, unless you've got tinnitus or something like that, things get more muffled according to you feeling ill. But in practice, if that happens consistently throughout the game, it provides an extra channel of information which the players will appreciate. Mixed groups as well. When you've got so many things that could be playing, it's necessary to have ways of working with them together in groups. Interactive audio groups are a little bit different than the groups you might have on a mixing desk, but the concept is the same. It's a way of managing complexity. Crucial thing then, all measurements, distance, position, velocity, they're all relative to the listener. And since this is not dogma, we may have more than one listener, either for technical reasons, because we don't want to move everything in relation to the player. If you've got a player's vehicle, it's expensive at runtime to move everything in the car with the car. Why not move the whole car and leave everything stationary in relation to it? All we have to do then is correct the velocity of the car relative to another listener, and we've done a whole load of updating in one go. I can't go into enough detail on that, sorry. Right, but anyway, hundreds of 3D sounds are routinely listed, prioritized, and remixed between 30 minimum and 100. We'd like more, but 100's usually enough, times a second. And then beyond that, there's an even faster update that's kicking the data out. Priority systems. Priority systems are set by the sound designer, and then the runtime system interprets them depending on the things that sound designer doesn't know that happen later. And I only use 3 priorities. I've tried using plus and minus numbers. I've tried using decimals. The reason I use 3 priorities is because we can agree on what they mean. Vital sounds are things that we can't afford to live without. They could be speech telling what was going on. They could be the sound of your own vehicle's engine. They could be you being hit, that kind of thing. Now, important sounds, and if a vital sound doesn't play, then that is a serious error that needs to be fixed. If an important sound doesn't play, that triggers a warning. That would probably mean that you're trying to do too much for the available platform or situation. And so those would be things like collision sounds. After the first 3 or 4 contact points between 2 vehicles, you probably are hitting diminishing returns, either in spatialization or in information content. So important sounds will be ones where there's a cap on the maximum number of them that can play in a group or category, but nonetheless, the designer needs to know if that cap should be adjusted. And then finally, the option sounds use all of the other voices. So I might ship a game which has got 60 voices on a low-end PC and 256 on a PlayStation or something like that. Well, the same game design and the same testing process supports that difference of a factor of 4 in the audio capability, and probably even more when it comes to reverbs and things like that, because of this virtual voice priority system. Right, so deciding what to play. We need to take account of the priority. So say 3 simple groups, because then we can make nuanced decisions within the categories. If we had more, then we'd have to say, well, is a priority of 1.5 slightly more important than being 50% closer to you? And that's not algebra, really. Well, it's not usable algebra. We also need to know, depending on the source and depending on the game, whether or not the listener's facing it. Sometimes we might want to emphasize things that you can't see. After all, the things you can see aren't generally a problem, but they're in the minority in a game where, remember, the player controls the camera. The player calls the shots. And therefore, all directions, hooray for ambisonics, are equally important all of a sudden. Also, distance makes a difference. How many similar sounds are already playing? Back to that example I gave you of the handling of collisions. And peculiarly, whether or not the sample is looping. And that's almost a psychoacoustic thing. The issue is that if we want to have a sound last for an undeterminate amount of time, be it a surface roll of a car or a scrape of one thing against another object, we do that by having maybe a number of pre-authored assets, but each one of those, associated perhaps with a different force, will be a loop, which we can play continuously, perhaps with some sweeteners over the top for variety, and we'll vary the pitch and the volume of that until the associated stimulus goes away. It is expensive to stop a loop and start it again at runtime. It is also irritating for the listener. Whereas if we only kill off the other category of sounds when we're running short, the one-shots, we know that they were all going to die soon anyway. Since they've already started playing before we kill them off, they're probably in their tails, and we're freeing up the opportunity by ditching one of these inverted commas virtual voices. We're freeing up the opportunity to play something else, which will come in louder. So another part of the priority system is to try, within a category group and a level of volume, to try and keep the looping samples going if we can. And then distance attenuation. Now, the problem with distance attenuation is most game audio engines get it horribly wrong. And the reason is that Microsoft at some point, I guess they copied it off somebody else, they usually do, but Microsoft at some point decided that the model for distance attenuation, and this is true in Unity 3D because they copied Microsoft, and it's true in Fmod, so on and so on, and some or other audio drivers, decided that the maximum distance, if you imagine, I'll go straight next slide here. If you imagine you've got every sound, in theory, shouldn't have a minimum distance. So on this graph here, on the left, we've got the minimum distance. That's where the sound is loudest. Now, in theory, that should be 0, where the sound is infinitely loud. In practice, since we haven't got infinite headroom, and it's not an experience that we've had infinitely loud sounds anyway, in practice, we'll set a minimum distance, fraction of a metre, depends on the scale of the game, within which we don't allow things to get any louder. That's a cheat, but it's necessary in order to have a steady roll-off towards the maximum distance. Now, a person with a little experience of the world, or certainly some understanding of psychoacoustics, might reasonably define the maximum distance as being the distance at which sounds are no longer audible. But in order to do that, you have to have some idea of what the noise floor is. And so as to dispense with that, the incorrect definition of maximum distance is the point at which a sound ceases to get any quieter however far away it is. And that means, therefore, that if you change the minimum distance on a system like that, you therefore change the shape of the whole curve thereafter, and it becomes a really unstable simultaneous equation to balance your game. So if you are using any of these common audio APIs that have this broken concept of minimum distance, you need to introduce a noise floor and also make sure that you're attenuating towards that. So we'll probably use minus 50 dB. I know that might sound, although that might sound a bit high. In practice, people have got fans and other things going on in their environment. And yeah, we don't really want to go down to the point where we're playing something as precisely as you might do for a piece of live classical music, because it's a more complicated world than that. And it's in practice, that works, but it's configurable. Roll-off curves, then. Minimum distance, maximum distance. In theory, we would use the rule that sounds halve in perceived volume for every doubling of distance. And that's the line down the middle. In practice, the roll-off is a creative decision and cannot quite often be set according to how important the sound is to the player. So, for instance, and even depending on where the camera is, you might want to vary the roll-off curve. In a replay, you would want to draw in distant sounds, whereas if you're, say, in a close-up circuit racer, you would want to try and exclude things that were far away so as to be able to emphasize the things that are immediate threats or opportunities. So the way that I've written games is to allow each voice or each group of voices to have a configurable roll-off curve which is potentially either faster or slower than would be considered natural. All of this stuff gets grouped together. This is an oversimplification, but I think it's important to have some idea of the hierarchy. There'd be a few hundred of these voices. Each one of those would be clustered together into between 10 and 20 groups so that you can make bulk manipulations. Groups will either be diegetic or non-diegetic. The non-diegetic ones are mixed regardless of the environment, and therefore they will go potentially straight to an endpoint, maybe to a player's controller if it was something like pit radio or squad communication. The other ones go through a listener to the endpoint, and the listener provides a reference point against which those voice positions and velocities are calculated. So that's much oversimplified, and you can easily have a situation in which a voice is playing to more than one endpoint. But that does mean playing multiple copies, and the reason for that is Doppler. In a game, you might have authored all your assets at 48, please not 44.1. It's a horrible sample rate conversion, and we can hear the results, and virtually all the endpoints are at 48 these days. But in practice, even if you've authored at that rate, it won't play at that rate. It'll play faster or slower depending on how the listener and the source are moving in relation to one another. So, sample rate conversion is important. Reasons we group, I'll go quickly here. Firstly, the obvious one, as you would have with a mixing desk, that you want to be able to adjust the volume and possibly the timbre of a whole group of sounds simultaneously. For instance, a whole load of external stuff you might want to be able to occlude, and you could do that with both pitch and volume, typically. Or you might just want to make a creative decision about that. You also want to be able to do things so that you can manipulate all of the sounds associated with one actor or player, or possibly non-player player, an AI in the game, so you can manipulate those together. When you're making the game, if you've got groups, it's great because you can, as you would on a mixing desk, you can knock out all of the ones that are behaving correctly and concentrate on the thing that's going wrong. We also use, as you've seen from the diagram before, groups as a convenient way of mapping voices to listeners. And because we can never have, well, we'd love to have one time stretch per voice, 8 reverbs per voice for the time being, more later. But in practice, we have to share those things. The groups are a way of saying all of these things have a particular routing path. We still end up with over 600 knobs, well, almost 600, I'm exaggerating, on each of the voices. But at least some of them you can manipulate en masse in the groups. And the other reason for a group is a group enables you to select which endpoint the sound will be routed to. Seventh reason, priority adjustments. After we've got a certain number of voices playing in the enemy weapons category, or in the vehicle collisions category, or in the crowds category, we hit diminishing returns. And so by having a priority adjustment, we can say, well, yeah, the crowds are important, or the collisions are important, but only up to a point. And at that point, dynamically, the mixer will say, well, we've had enough important voices on that group now. From now on, they're going to be optional until we've freed some up. Listeners. Listeners are rather different from microphones because listeners only hear in a game what you've told them to. They're perfect. So every diegetic voices placed in the world, has a listener. Multiple listeners, crucially important when you've got more than one viewpoint on the screen simultaneously, like split screen. They're also a convenient way of doing tricks so as to provide, for instance, hints, even for a mono player, about when things are behind you. And we can do things like we can put on a polar pattern on the listener. Give you an example here. There was a game that I worked on which had got a path past the waterfall in Japan. And it was really annoying in the replays that you could hear this thunderous waterfall all of the time when you couldn't see it, because the artist, it's their job to position these things, had put the replay camera in front of the waterfall. So we solved that by associating a directional listener. Now, a much simpler, a much subtler cardioid effect can be used to give even a mono listener a sense of when things are behind them. Remember that the player is controlling the camera. Consequently, they don't have issues of front-back resolution, because just like a human being moves their heads, every time they move their thumb, even easier, then sounds that are in front of them will move one way, sounds that are behind them will move the other. We don't need to explain this to the player. They know it from their own experience. So just having a curve like that with 1 or 2 dB of attenuation behind you is enough for somebody playing in mono to dodge or block, depending on their preference, something that's happening behind them, because they hear that change. But that only works if your distance model is solid. I'm really running out of time now, so I'll show you the Doppler diagram, but I don't think I need to explain Doppler to this audience, but it is really important. Split screen. Yeah, well, one of the things about split screen is you need to preserve the aspect ratio in the view as well, which can have implications for the sound mix otherwise. So on the right, we've got GoldenEye made at Twycross. 4 views for a 4:3 TV resolution. On the left, Resident Evil. And again, you can see they've maintained the 16:9 aspect ratio on there. From our point of view, what we have to do is we have to make sure that people can tell which sounds are coming from which view. And I'm going to have to say, read the book for that. But there are great ways of doing it, and some of them solve the resource problems as well. Filters. Yeah, we have filters. We use them creatively. We use them for distance effects. And as I've explained, things like concussion as well. You'll use a filter for that. Reverb. Reverb is the sound as lighting is the graphics. Can never have enough reverb, and it's really important that it should be interactive. So we use a mixture of really nice, high-quality pre-recorded sound fields, but the problem with those is although you can suppress reflections in certain directions, you can't move around them in the same way as you would with a dynamic reverb. There's also a problem with occlusion and so forth. So we will use conventional Schroeder-Maurer type reverbs layered on top of ambisonic sound field, distant, if you like, reverbs, and sometimes for cabin interiors too. And the old-fashioned reverbs we'll be using because of their flexibility in terms of being able to make adjustments. So, for instance, the most important thing that we can change is the pre-delay, because that tells you how close you are to a reflecting surface, whether it's a wall that you could crash into or another vehicle that's trying to come past you. Unfortunately, most studio effects click when you change the pre-delay, because it's a little bit harder to program one that doesn't. When I told Microsoft about this in their reverb, they said, yeah. They then came back with a reverb that had no time-related controls on it. But there are good ones out there, and it matters. The requirements for interactivity are different from those for people making films. So beware glitches. Consider using impulse responses, but they won't work for everything. Finally then, endpoints. Phones and tablets, they might be mono or stereo, or possibly a phone might be casting to a device with much better speakers. We can find out if you put appropriate analytics in your code. I do that. The answer is most people are listening on a single mono loudspeaker on a mobile device. In my experience, most of them are actually listening, but it does depend on the game. Probably not so true for Bejeweled as it is for Colin McRae Rally. For more than a decade now, we've had 7.1 surround, and hopefully we avoid compressed 1990s Dolby Digital or DTS, because they cause a delay of maybe 1/10 of a second, sometimes more, between what happens on screen and what you hear. And that's not a problem for film, they just delay the video. We can't delay the video in a game. Right, and also the possibility of endpoints for individual players. You've got to know the endpoint configuration in order to be able to mix correctly. So there's stuff in the book about how to query the system to do that. Cinema and games, cinema and interactive media generally, are really different things. And luckily, the interactive stuff is a superset, which means that the tools for interactive media are slowly going to take over from the more limited ones that we've had to live with up till now. Right, so here we go. ITU 5.1 setup. I'm sure there must be some people, I see all these bits of tape on the ground, I'm sure there must be some people here who've got their protractors out and put their speakers down according to the way that Dolby want things in order to make sure that everybody can escape easily in a fire. However, I did an experiment because I thought, let's see what, before I wrote my own panner, let's see what other people are actually doing. And so I tested Microsoft's panner. I asked them first, what's your panning rule? And they said, oh, we don't know. So I wrote back and said, you're expecting your speakers to be in a square. Sort of makes sense for games because all directions are equally important, much easier to balance, and it's more likely that people who don't live in irregular pentagonal rooms will be able to accommodate that kind of setup. Unfortunately, this therefore means anybody who's doing headphone spatialization, I had a conversation with Sennheiser about this, finds there are mysterious big gaps when they're playing games that don't exist in cinema. If you know what's going on, and I found out Sony were doing the same thing, but Sony were only doing the same thing because they'd copied Apple, who'd made their panner open source. Nintendo don't believe that you can pan between loudspeakers. So consistently then on all of the main platforms, we were ignoring, for good reasons, this cinema convention and going for a regular square. Right? You've got to know that. Then we get up to 7.1. Conventional 7.1, thank goodness, and I'm told a man called Mark Tuffy managed to push this through, you are allowed to put the speakers in a regular hexagon. Front center you leave out of the panning equation typically because it's quite often a speaker made for speech or dialogue with different timbral characteristics. It breaks the symmetry of the rig. You really don't need one there because anything that you can see on the screen, you're not going to be confused about the spatialization of anyway. But the beauty of 7.1, remember all of these devices have been HDMI now for a decade, is that you can remain compatible with 5.1 with this layout I demonstrated in 2009 at AES. What you do is you tilt it backwards slightly, and cinemas, due to raked seating, allow 15 degrees of tilt. You tilt it backwards slightly, put one of the extra speakers at the back and one low down at the front, and you're sitting in a regular tetrahedron. All directions equally important, up and down just as significant as the others, and there's a secret kind of Trojan horse in that, which is explained in the book as well, which is if you decode, and there are about 40 games that do this, and also there's a plugin from Blue Ripple that means that Unity games can do it too. If you decode for that 7-1 arrangement, you can losslessly, with almost no CPU time, just a matrix operation, convert it back to B format at slightly higher than first order resolution, which means if you don't want to put your screen in between the two speakers because there's a window there or something like that, you can at least correct for it. So that's one of my suggestions as to how you get 3D content. Find any of those games that spits out 3D 7.1, take the 6 streams, matrix them down to 4 streams, there you've got your B format. Another way of doing it is that since most of the game audio systems are having all of those layers and then boiling them down to a volume, a 3D position, and a pitch, you can do what Richard Furs did of Blue Ripple when I met him at, I think, one of these events 10 years or so ago. You can do what he did, which is to say, well, I'm going to come in just at the level below the game, after it's made all the priority decisions and Doppler and so forth, and I'm just going to intercept the sources, the information for the individual voices that need to be placed in the world, and you don't even need to write a driver to do that because there is an open source driver called OpenAL Soft. So you can go into that, hack in your own panning rules, hack out your own speaker configuration for whatever arrangement that you've got. And that's another way of getting 3D content. So I'm hoping to hear next time I come along that more of you have got 3D content, and it's interactive 3D content, which means that you've got so much more control than when you're taking something that's been mixed for cinema with compromises implied. Right, so Ambisonics rides again. You really don't need to be shown that, but Ambisonics is great for us because, of course, as we get more resources available, we just simply add more and more, add higher order. And we're currently in games, on consoles, typically third order is tops, partly because we haven't got more than 8 outputs. But on PCs, if you want to do 22.2 or better than that, or irregular rigs, fifth order, pretty easy to support. Right, so, yeah, the book. Yeah, that's an ambisonic sound field of a thunderstorm recorded with a homemade microphone by one of my collaborators. It's another example, I suppose, of the way that we can use ambisonics not just for reverberation and for panning, but we can also use it to provide an asset that gives a visceral experience that you're never going to manage by placing multiple mono sources, point or volumetric, or piling reverb over the top. So, hooray for ambisonics. If you want to know any more, you're going to have to read the book, but you can ask a question now if we've got time, Bruce. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's published by Routledge and peer-reviewed by the AES, and consequently, I think the list price is £55.95. I've got one left, which I'll sell for £45. If you're in the AES, I can give you a code to get a further discount on that, but then you'll be getting it cheaper than the publishers send them to me. So, yeah, that's it. That was a good question. Thank you.
Okay, I
right.
think we'll probably best leave it there, and Simon will be around in the break and grab him. So, thank you very much, Simon.
Cheers.
who's going to present to us his work called 10 Billion. Adam Stanovic's compositions have won prizes, residencies and inventions around the world, including IMEB in France, Metamorphoses in Belgium, Destello's Argentina and others. Further to this, Adam has worked in studios in IMEB, Musics at Researchers, Belgium, EMS in Sweden, CMMAS in Mexico and others. And he's currently scheduled to compose at University of Sydney, Australia and I can't say any of these words, Art Facto Sonoro in Ecuador in 2018. Oh my goodness. Adam's music has been performed in over 400 festivals and concerts around the world, including many of the most significant contemporary music events. He regularly speaks about electronic music and has written numerous journal articles and book chapters. These consider compositional methods, analytical approaches to electronic music, the nature of performance, interpretation and authenticity, the nature of digitized music, and various philosophical issues that electronic music seems to produce. Adam is currently senior lecturer at the University of Sheffield in the UK, where he directs the MA Composition and MA Sonic Arts. He supervises a range of PhD projects relating to electronic music. So, without further ado, Adam.
Super, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me, first of all? Well, thank you all for sticking around for the notorious graveyard shift. Just to complicate things slightly, I'm going to be working to prove my worth as a technologist as well as composer on both PC and Mac. So probably everything's going to go horribly wrong in the context of this talk. This talk is notionally about composing space and spaces. I decided, though, that it should be dedicated to 3 women. And I'm going to introduce 3 women as we go. In part because there's a horrendous lack of women in this room. And space in audio is not the preserve of white men in academia, despite being one myself. The first woman rather sadly died about a month ago. Françoise Barrière. Has anybody come across Françoise? No? Okay. Françoise was composer of electronic music, or more specifically electroacoustic music. She died at the age of 80 a month ago. This is how I remember her. I would like to, since everybody said no to that, this is a little piece written by composer John Nelson from Texas in the States, which is in memory of Françoise. I want to just draw your attention to this. I hope you can read that. I can make it slightly larger. Now, irrespective of where you got to on this list, I'm sure you'll join with me in recognizing that that's quite a monumental achievement in a lifetime. She was really a promoter of electroacoustic music. And I was very honored to be one of the people who was invited to work in their studios, the IMEB studios in Bourges, which is a little town right in the center of France. And this is an image of just one tiny pod of a room, studio room, which I guess is slightly larger than this one. And it's floor to ceiling, rack-mounted hardware largely. A lot of synthesizers, of which I've got one here, which are all home built, filling the studios. This was a really nice project actually. This was a synthesis project to encourage children in this town in Bourges in France, and in France more generally, on principles of synthesis. So they built these rather colorful synthesizers which children were supposed to use, which I think was quite cool. Now I got invited to work in the studio in 2008, and I went along and I composed probably the worst piece I've ever composed, which is of course what you want to do when you go to one of the most prestigious studios in your field. Now I was sitting there in the studio and I was sweating, And my piece was getting worse and worse and worse, and everything I did seemed to just make it slightly worse. And Francoise kept saying to me, Adam, when can I come and hear your piece? I was like, oh, no, not yet. No, come tomorrow. And then the next day, no, don't come the next day. She eventually came to the studio, and she sat down, and I played her my piece, kind of biting my nails in the background, waiting to hear what she's going to say. And it got to the end of my piece, and she turned to me and she said, Adam, yeah, sometimes when you have nothing to say, it's best to say nothing at all. And she stood up and she left. And I do not know to this day whether she had nothing to say or she was telling me that I have nothing to say. Now, Bourges is an interesting town. Most famous, really, for this enormous cathedral. Very, very pretty, and it has a preserved medieval town centre. And they ran for 40 years this festival. This is the logo from Bourges, and where is it? Here we are. They ran a festival which took place in this Jacques Coeur Palais, which is right in the centre of Bourges. Now, because it's a medieval pedestrianised city centre, there was very little traffic noise. And they would run concerts outside in the courtyard of this with these massive light shows going up into the sky. On a purpose-built sound diffusion system. Now, how much do people know about sound diffusion? Okay, perfect answer, which is, I kind of hoped. Sound diffusion is a really interesting practice which goes all the way back to Paris in the 1950s. This is a picture of Pierre Henry, composer, who did a lot of work with electronic sounds, synthesized sounds, also recorded sounds. He worked with choreographers, dancers. And here he is in 1951 using the potentiometer d'espace, which was arguably one of the first systems for diffusing sound. Now, I'm not an engineer. Somebody can actually fill me in on exactly how this probably worked. But essentially, you had 5 magnetic coils, which are activated by essentially a divining rod sending a voltage to a loudspeaker. And by moving around in the space, you're activating these coils at different points in live performance, which would therefore distribute sound in space. This was designed not for aesthetic purposes. This was designed entirely for technical ones. Because at that time, they were using magnetic tape. And magnetic tape has an extremely small dynamic range. They were still, at this point in time, dealing with mono sounds. And they immediately had the problem that how do you begin to present music composed on magnetic tape with a small dynamic range in mono to a large, and they got large, audience? They would get somewhere around 400 or 500 people to their concerts. And one speaker sitting on a stage ain't going to cut it. So they designed this as a way of distributing sounds around multiple sets of loudspeakers. If I remember correctly, this system, although it's got 5 coils, is actually a quad system, which goes back to the, oh my God, it's quad. And I think that the 5th one was used for amplitude, if I remember correctly. So it had a degree of control over dynamic range. So the idea was that a performer could take the piece crafted in the studio by a composer and then redraw the dynamic contours, which have been marginalized by the rendering onto tape, and distribute around the audience so that everybody gets listening experience. Now, of course, what they discovered is that those movements create the illusion of movement around in the space. So suddenly spaces were being distributed, or sounds were being distributed around the audience. What's his name? I'll come back to him. Francois Bale in 1974, designed this, the acousmonium. Has anybody come across the term acousmatic? Yeah, okay, a few nods. Acousmatic is a strange term. It's a term used to describe nowadays a listening situation where you don't see the source of what you're hearing. And loudspeaker music fits into that category. So loudspeaker music, which is deliberately designed so you don't see the source of what you're hearing, is described as acousmatic music. And this system, I'm not sure you can see it terribly well, but this system was, in 1974, around about 100 loudspeaker system, which was designed for playing acousmatic music, called the acousmonium. And it was designed around the principle of the orchestra. So Francois Bale's idea was that you would have a selection of different loudspeakers which all color sounds very, very differently. So in certain parts of the configuration, which you can kind of see there, you see those dark red circular loudspeakers on the stage at the back in that sort of triangle shape, and then in front of those there's 4 placed over there. There's nothing represented on the right-hand side to balance those. So he was less concerned about a stereo image and more concerned about placing these loudspeakers because of their specific frequency content in this particular point in space. The system was built and designed so that one fader on a mixing desk will control signal being sent to one loudspeaker. And so by putting up multiple faders, you activate more loudspeakers. By cross-fading between different faders, you'll cross-fade between different speakers in the system. Now, we go back to Francois because in Bourges, in this little town, they developed their own system in 1973, the year before, which is called the mebaphone. And here it is. And there, I think, is the Jacques Coeur palais. You can't see it wonderfully well, but you get the idea. It's lots and lots of loudspeakers, which again, based on the similar principle, are activated by this rather funky-looking desk. If I scroll down a little bit, I think there's Hans Tuschku from Harvard now, sitting at the desk. Oops. Where's the one I wanted to show you? Sorry, I have an aversion to PowerPoint. I'd rather be dithering around online. Here's the one I wanted to show you. It's not wonderfully big, but you get the idea. This one was designed by a composer called Christian Closier, who was Francois Barrère's husband at the time. And their festival was presenting music composed largely in their studios over this huge system. Now, I was so disappointed with the piece that I composed while I was there that I begged for another studio residency, and they invited me back. And I planned this piece, which I want to just play you a little bit of. This was designed, supposed to be an 8-channel piece. So it was planned with a really specific intention in mind, or a really specific purpose. It had split frequency bands, which create a texture, a long drone. And each of those are intended to be distributed across an 8-channel array. And on top of that, it's got a load of these tiny little microsounds, which are very, very active. So my idea was to create a piece of music in situ, which has this long, sustained drone with a lot of these iterative sounds over the top. But more specifically, what I wanted to achieve was something which I felt wasn't happening in a lot of electroacoustic music. My feeling had been for a long time that electroacoustic music had at its crux a problem, particularly in terms of the creation of musical form. And the problem that I felt was this, that musical form, in my view, seemed to rest on little more than there being contrasting sound materials juxtaposed and layered. And that by recording sounds and then transforming and processing them, there was very little that could be done aside from putting them with other recorded sounds which had been transformed and processed. So you ended up with form being very fragmented, very sequential, and I was looking for something different. I wanted something more homogeneous, something where contrast in a piece emerged gradually over a period of time. What I'm going to play you is my first attempt to achieve that. I'm not going to play you the whole thing because it's 24 minutes long. I just want to give you a sense of how this piece starts. So this is the very opening of the piece. I'm just going to jump in about a minute, where you hear the establishment of a drone, and then gradually, these little iterative sounds start building until we reach a point of saturation. So here we go. we just heard there is about 4.5 minute section of a 24-minute piece. And I hope you can hear the obvious build, the trajectory there, starting from these very micro sounds exposed, gradually becoming this large homogeneous texture. But what you heard is in stereo, and it's just simply played over 8 loudspeakers, rather than being rendered in 8-channel. Any sense of spatialization beyond stereo that you just heard is a consequence of this room, and a consequence of the way that sound is exciting the room. The reason being that when I arrived in the studio, to my horror, I discovered that it was stereo. Now, the system that they were using in the Jacques Coeur Palais was really interesting because it was like the acousmonium, except that it contained one really distinct feature, which was that sound coming out of the desk was going into a purpose-built frequency splitter, which then would separate out whatever you had into bands and distribute those around the concert space. So I played this piece in the Jacques Coeur Palais, not outside. Inside, they have this huge auditorium, which would seat about 2,000 people. It's really huge, and they filled it with loudspeakers. And we did this concert. Now, my piece sounded great because I put up all the faders, and this stereo pair went out of the mixing desk, split across this whole array of loudspeakers, and sounded gloriously multi-channel. It sounded as if I composed it for some 150 loudspeakers around this huge space. Imagine if I didn't have a piece which was like this, which wasn't this long, ambient, gradual evolution. Then you'd have a problem. Because what would you do with your material? If you just send it to 2 loudspeakers in that huge system, what happens if those 2 loudspeakers don't deal precisely with the bands of frequency content in your piece at that moment in time? Do you understand? So with that in mind, a lot of composers of this type of music with this particular system started creating these very elaborate graphic scores where they would notate all of their decisions about movements around in the space, deciding on which loudspeakers they would activate at any given moment in time because of the frequency content that was being sent to them. Very similar, if you think about it, to the acousmonium, where you have different loudspeakers designed to deal with different frequency components. Now, this is a conference about space. What are the implications of that on space? Well, the implications are that spatially you have something which is relatively fixed because you're making decisions about how to perform your music on the basis of where a loudspeaker happens to be located at a given moment in time and the frequencies that it can deal with. Okay? Now, my guess is that that's why in a lot of French, in this case, electroacoustic music has been designed around the idea of having spliced or chopped material. That what happens is you have some material, you have a splice in it, and you move at that moment in time to another loudspeaker. And then at another splice, you move again. A lot of the history books will tell you that there are a lot of splices in that music because it was magnetic tape, and therefore people are actually chopping tape with razor blades and then pasting it back together again. My guess is it's a combination of the two. That part of it is to do with composing, and the other part is that you compose for a context, which in this case is one of sound diffusion on multi-channel arrays which have a frequency splitter either by placement or by design through the desk. My motivation for wanting to do something different, to create something which was spatially unfolding through time, was precisely because of this motivation that people have to chop. Now, I described it at the beginning as something where contrast and therefore form is based on dissimilar material being placed together. That's exactly what I mean. A splice, one set of material, on the other side, another set of material. I think in the example that I just played, you can hear something which isn't based on splices and isn't based on cuts. That was my attempt to find a musical language where evolution of material happens gradually, and that as a listener, there's no point at which you identify a transition or state change, that just suddenly you arrive in this point of, in this case, saturation or congestion without really knowing how you arrived at it. Now, I want to play one more example before I get on to what I'm actually supposed to be talking about, which is a piece called 10 Billion. I went from the studio in Bourges the second time in 2008, and this is where we bring in the second woman, to Net van der Goorn's studio. Net van der Goorn lives and works just outside of Brussels in Belgium, and has been composing electroacoustic music for around about 45 years. Wonderfully influential composer. I strongly recommend listening to her music. More than that, though, I strongly recommend attending her festival, which I was honored to be a part of last year. I just want to show you a photo of her system. Here it is. Sure how well you can, oh yeah, you can see. So it's hanging from the ceiling. These are just panels with some decoration, but down below you see this huge acousmonium, as she calls it. And I wanted to show you this. That's the setup of the system there. The festival is called Espace du Son. Another good shot of the system. Espace du Son, the space of sound. And its primary function is to find an entire festival which is built on composers who have space as the central part of their aesthetic. I was invited to go and work in Annette's studio, which is an amazing place because it's in her house in this field in the middle of nowhere. And while I was there, I made what for me was a really important discovery about this idea of a gradual state change rather than something based on a splice. And here it is. I mocked up a version of what I discovered. So I want to play you, first of all, this is my colleague, Adrian Moore, who works in the University of Sheffield, reading some poetry. Unfortunately, he's not here, so we can't laugh at him. Here we are.
Or even if they seldom see the best, the worthy folk go in so much for reading. How can we manage something brisk and new? Not only smart, but edifying too.
I discovered while I was there in this studio in Belgium that a lot of recorded material contain a fundamental contrast built into them, and that processing or developing sound is a good way of exploring or extracting those contrasting materials. So a really crude example, but have a listen to the same speech stretched 50 times. And what I'm trying to get at here is that there's a moment, I'm sure you'll agree, where the sound of voice, i.e. the pitch sound, the sound of the air coming out of the voice tubes, which is creating the pitch, transitions into noise, and suddenly we lose the sense of pitch. Let's have a listen. There. I'm back to pitch again. Now, I think that's pretty straightforward. But it started me thinking that maybe you can use musical form as a way of building around the contrast inherent in material, so that as the form of a piece develops, material goes through this state change because of how it's constituted. I want to just play you a little section of the piece that I composed while I was there, because I think that explores that idea quite nicely. These are metallic objects that I recorded, and what you hear at the beginning is this pure, almost sinusoidal pitch material. And as we go through, I'll just play you about 3 minutes, but as you go through, I want to draw your attention to the way in which noise is gradually creeping in until a point of saturation again. So here we go. Oop, I just started a little bit earlier. So this is from the beginning. Now note that at this point in the piece we're again back into these little micro sounds. And note the contrast between that and the opening. This very long, sustained, sinusoidal material. That's what I have in mind in terms of creating a fundamental contrast, but my hope is that that is delivered gradually over time. Now, I'd like to just say a few words about performance in this context, because that's, again, a stereo piece. And the idea is that this is composed very specifically for spatialization in this context. And so the way perhaps one might deal with this material is, as you have these gradually unfolding contours emerging, such as this one, where material is starting to build, you might say position the sound at the back, right on this stage, and then gradually as it emerges outwards, move it closer and closer towards the audience as it gets louder, and gradually increase the volume of the sub until maybe it reaches the audience and then retreats again back into the distance of the space. In other words, what's happening is you've composed a piece, but rather than thinking about what you're doing in the studio as being something which is spatially fixed, you leave it spatially unfixed. So that despite it being stereo, and despite it being on a fixed medium, a very problematic term, which we can get onto, what you're actually doing is treating it as something schematic, which is instructional, very much like a score, from which you derive interpretative possibilities in the space. So let's say I arrive in this concert hall at a point in the piece like this one. We've got multiple things going on. We've got a lot of granular sounds, but beneath those, you have these little events which sort of swirl in. Let's just have a listen. That. Now, what I would probably do with that in this space is I would probably set up a ring somewhere high up, because this has an 8-channel ring above, an 8-channel ring above that, and a quad right up at the very top on the balcony, which is some 15 meters above. I'd probably set up a ring above with those granular little materials, and then every time one of those appears, you make it appear from somewhere behind or in front of the audience. So even though it's stereo, you're creating the illusion that it's pulled apart and multi-channel, which begs the question, why not multi-channel? Which is where we get to what I'm supposed to be talking about. And here I do have a PowerPoint. This talk is notionally about composing with 10 billion sounds. This came about in 2017 when I proposed a piece for this thing in the States in Bowling Green State University, which was a composition based on the number 10 billion. Now that cropped up as a significant number to me because the United Nations the year before had put out a prediction about world population growth. And their prediction was that by the year 2050, so in all of our lifetimes, world population is expected to hit 10 billion from its present about 7.8 billion. Now to me that's such a staggering, mind-boggling number that having been to various sonification talks about how sonification of data can illuminate things we had previously not been able to comprehend, I wondered what 10 billion sounds would sound like. So I proposed a piece for this residency on the number 10 billion. And the residency is run from this place, Bowling Green State University, which is a crazy place, a wonderful place. I enjoyed it a lot, but it's just a crossroad, which is basically a university campus, and then the associated shops, which are largely McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King. So, yeah, I didn't eat very well, has to be said. Third woman, Eleni Lilios, runs this residency program. She works at Bowling Green, and she's a spectacularly good composer. I recommend listening to some of her music too. The funder of this is Joe Klingler, who writes books. He's famous for writing a book called Rats. I believe that he made his money elsewhere. He is a patron of electronic music. He's probably the only one out of the 10 billion. But he likes electronic music, so he funds this residency. And the idea was to compose a piece in this studio here, which conveniently has 10 channels, and they were looking specifically for proposals for pieces which are going to make meaningful use of their 10 channels. If I remember correctly, that's a slightly misleading photo. I think it was a little more an actual circle. I'm guessing that's a fisheye lens. Either way, my advice to you all is be careful what you propose, because in this case it got accepted. And there's me sitting in the studio looking slightly tired and bewildered, and probably with the dawning realization that I've now got to compose a piece with 10 billion sounds. Which of course you write these proposals and you think, that'd be easy, I'll make 10 billion sounds and then I'll compose with them. And then you sit there and think, fuck, what am I going to do? Which is precisely what I found myself in. And I had 3 weeks in which to compose this piece. Now, I don't have a 10-channel studio, so I had to finish basically while I was there. Now, my initial thought was, well, okay, this is quite straightforward because you just create an algorithm which generates 10 billion little bits of sound, and then you get it to chuck them around in the space a bit. And then I thought, okay, well, alternatively, you could synthesize little bits. I won't play you an example of my synthesis attempt on the first day because it's horrendous. It sounds like Doctor Who from the 60s. But it didn't work, and it also didn't fit with my aesthetic, which I hope by now is clear, this idea of a state change gradually emerging over a period of time. So I hit on the idea of, well, taking recorded sounds and granulating them, so chopping them up into little bits. So I'm sure you all probably know what granulation is, but there's a sound, there's it granulated with slightly larger chunks of around 50 milliseconds, and there's smaller chunks of around 20 milliseconds. The section in the middle, the silence in the middle of these is known as the grain period. So you can increase or decrease this grain period, giving you a degree of control. So I did a few calculations, and I thought, I can work out how many I could fit over 10 channels, how many grains I could fit with, say, 20 milliseconds long and a grain period of 30 milliseconds. I did a little calculation. If I remember correctly, my piece was going to be something like 4 months long. Again, I realized the mind-bogglingness of this number, 10 billion. Now, I'm not interested in doing long-scale works. I want things that people can actually sit down and listen to, and will sit down and listen to, which is a bit of an irony, because I'm not going to play it all to you today, because Bruce and I decided it was too long. But I wanted something which could have some sort of communicable meaning. I wanted something largely which had a form. Now, how do you create a form out of something like this? Well, I talked about that. We can get out of that. I tell you what, I skipped here. I started thinking about doing this by hand. So you take a material and you chop one grain, and then you repeat it a number of times. So you have 10 grains, and then you take those 10 and repeat them 10 times, so you have 100 grains. You take them 10 times. So building up to having chunks of 100,000 grains of these little material. 1 grain equals 1 person in this system, 10 billion. Now my idea was, well, if you're thinking in chunks of material, then what you could have is chunks which have different sound types or different sound qualities. So for example, you could have chunks which each of the grains kind of represent the sound of metal, and other chunks which each of the grains represent the sound of wood, for example. So here's an example. If I can zoom in on this, I hope. So here are apparently some wooden grains. They're taken from a recording of something like a wood block, but then chopped very small little bits. So here are some grains. Yeah. Another example. Another example. You start to get pitch. Yeah. By speeding up or reducing the grain period, you start to space these individual grains so close together that pitch starts to emerge. So there's the calculation. There's my 10 billion. And this was my idea for form, at least to start with. And I was thinking in the context of actually what certainly instrumental composers have done for a very long period of time, where you start with 2 bars, a theme, and then you move to an expansion of that over 4 bars, to expansion of that over 8 bars, 16 bars. And then maybe you could do something similar with these big chunks. So you could have one little chunk, about 100,000 grains, and then 2, which will therefore create a density, and then back to 1, and to 4, density again. So that gradually over a period of time, you've got this compression and expansion of activity of material within the grains. At which point, I would like to play you the very opening of the piece. Where you hear the very first of these, and then gradually moving into some of these more these denser moments. I'd like to draw your attention to, well, one, that we've got a slightly different layout, but it is 10 channels. The second is this sense of compression and expansion, but thirdly, and most importantly, since this is what the conference is about, the space unfolding around you. So here we go. Okay. By this point in the piece, you've probably heard around about a couple of million grains. Now you'll notice a couple of things. I hope you can sort of hear that there is a compression and expansion of activity, which is the first thing I wanted you to listen to. I also hope you note that there's quite a diversity of lines of these materials which are spatialized. So you get some which are, some which you sort of get a sense of the fluctuating nature of the pitch contour and material. Now these lines, and indeed ideas of patterned and scattered granular materials, were designed so that you can begin to separate out different parts of movement, which are further then separated out in space, so that the 10 channels becomes, not in my original idea, 10 billion, 10 channels, well that makes sense, but actually so that you have spatial distinction amongst materials and they start to follow their own paths. So in other words, each one of those grains has its position within a smaller substructure of a line or a movement of material which is further differentiated in space. You probably noticed as well that there's, towards the end of that phrase, there's the introduction of pitch. Now the pitch was all derived in the entire piece from exactly what I played you a moment ago with those streams of grains where the period is so reduced that you end up with a pitch. So that's actually emergent material out of the property of the sound grains, which then becomes spatialized. So in other words, it's an economic use of material rather than introducing new material, which isn't part of this 10 billion system. Now, I want to give you a sense of the scale of this. So I found what I think is around about this section in the piece, which is very early on. So this is before we get into major numbers of grains. Now this was my Reaper patch. This is all done in Reaper because that's what they had in the studio for spatialization. Now you can't see it at the top, but that's around about a 4-minute section of the piece. And you can see up at the top, one of these blocks of 100,000, and at the bottom, differentiated by those sizes, another one of those blocks. They were chopped up into pieces so that I can move them around a little bit. And I had a little dumping ground at the end where I'd, if any bits which were snipped off went in there to be used later. But that is just the first part of that session. I couldn't fit it all into one screen, so what you're looking at now, if you remember the shape of it, that's the top one in there, which I think, if I remember correctly, is 286 tracks, which is when Reaper crashes, going through 10-channel matrix. But even like that, I think these are already bounced sections, the ones in green, if I remember correctly. That's bounced. And that's one of the smaller parts in the piece. So as you can tell, it started to be this humongous project. Now the thing that hadn't really occurred to me, but which became increasingly obvious, and this is probably the whole point of my talk in terms of space really, is that what I had designed as being spatially coherent, following these lines and trajectories of materials, what was designed in order to communicate something to a listener about the individualness of a person versus the enormity of world population, suddenly dissolved in my mind part of the way through the compositional process when I realized that you very quickly reach a point of complete and utter saturation, white noise, our destiny. Which is a sad indictment on that prediction. Spatial saturation, complete and utter. So what I had imagined as something which could very gradually evolve spatially over a period of time into a point of activity actually became the reverse. So it had to start off as something which explored relatively quickly in order that saturation became a moment of stasis later on. So perversely, space ended up being the exact opposite of what I was hoping to explore. Now, if that isn't evidence of research impact, don't know what is, for those of you that are academics. I want to play you a little section later on, because the piece gets very tonal at certain moments. This is around about a third of the way in, once we've had a very large amount of activity. So this is a moment of relative stasis, where we return to individual grains somewhere in here. Note there's multiple layers now. Metaphorical idea of space, all made up of streams. Okay. A couple of words just about the form of the piece. So I've talked about the form being spatial. You heard the glissandi towards the end. There's about 5 of those characterizing the piece, and I'll play you a little section from the end where you hear this final one. The final piece is 40 minutes long, its entirety. That's a little section of the first part that I showed you, where I think you can, this is the stereo rendering. It's just rough rendering out of all the tracks bounced together. I've since done a binaural mix, which if anybody would like to hear, I can send to you. We had the GRM in Sheffield, Groupe de Recherche Musicale last week, and they have this new wonderful spatial plugin where you can assign any number of channels and then put a dummy head at some point in the space around and render out a binaural mix, which is surprisingly good. So I use that. The piece, of course, as you can tell, was a monster to compose. I started at 6 every day, and I finished somewhere around midnight every day. So understandably, that was me at the end. I just want to play a little section from the end, not as long as the others, just a couple of minutes. One of the more congested parts. I'll reduce the volume considerably, just so you get a sense of kind of where it ends up. Faded out at that point. The answer to the question everybody wants to know every time I talk about this is, are there 10 billion sounds? I don't know, I doubt it. But there must be somewhere close. I did my calculations. What I didn't think about was fading in, fading out of materials. I did my best to stay true to that. But like the prediction itself, it's a prediction. I want to end with one thing, which was just to round off what I said earlier about performance, because you'll notice I didn't mention the word ambisonic here, and I've been talking a lot about composition and performance. The Acousmatic project. The piece was premiered here, the Acousmatic project, which is a really interesting, okay, the English link doesn't work, it's good. Really interesting guy called Thomas Gorbach, who's built his own acousmonium, modeled on the French idea. And he's built many of the loudspeakers himself. And he doesn't particularly compose. He considers himself as a professional performer in the context of acousmatic music. And he's performed one of my pieces, and it was astonishing, and made me very jealous. I'll stop that whizzing around. But it was premiered here. And of course, that throws up all sorts of dilemmas, not only about the number, because what happens once you activate multiple channels beyond the initial 10, but it throws up something interesting about performance practice, which is that performance practice, which grew out of mono, went painfully into stereo, and then gradually, after the evolution of all of these systems with large multi-channel systems for playing stereo, they're starting now to be able to handle, finally, large array multi-channel pieces. So in this one, for example, it was able to use around about 60 channels to play that 10. which of course gives you the option of contracting and expanding into space. I was planning to end on this funky picture, so I should end on that funky picture. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. Are there any questions? We've got time for a few questions.
How did you know when you finished?
When I ran out of numbers. Well, I'm very, very keen on electroacoustic music having a coherent form, and I think the often perceived lack of listenability of a lot of electroacoustic music is because a form isn't apparent and obvious. So built into this, you have a huge number, in my view, a huge number of formal markers and cues which delineate the larger structure. So there's this repeating glissandi, there's pitch, which becomes intervallic pitch, which has resolution and cadence built into it. There are moments of compression and expansion of activity, so therefore moments of stasis where your ear is intended to relax after a congested moment. The spatial form, which is determined by a lot of activity gradually becoming homogeneous. So all of those things are formal markers which have a resolution point. For me, the piece was concluded once those things have resolved in exactly the same way as I would deal with a musical theme and its resolution return back to the perhaps starting point, or disappear off into something which it can never get back to the starting point would be a meaningful way of concluding. So for me, it was about tying those together. So it ends with a very, very large upward glissandi up until you get into almost nothing. And you just hear this, and off it goes.
Any others?
How long did you have to work on it again?
Well, 3 weeks. I don't normally show pictures of myself like this, wearing a vest, drinking a beer. But it was a monstrous. Say that again?
Did you say you did it 6 in the morning till midnight?
Just about, yeah, for 3 weeks, all the weekends. I mean, I did some pre-composition prior to going there. I attempted the idea with synthesis before I went there, not as I just said. And I was kind of sold on that as an idea, but I'd also collected a lot of materials in case that wasn't going to work. So there was no recording phase there. That was all done. But yeah, largely because I don't think space is something you sprinkle on afterwards. It has to be intrinsic to the material, its movement, and the listening position. And so it's something which can't be dealt with before or after you're in the space which you're actually working with and the array you're working with. So to me, there was little point in actually starting to compose anything, because then you end up with essentially a stereo piece in my view, because I have a stereo studio, which is then mapped onto 10 channels, which ain't gonna work. It might be. I think other composers work like that. But I don't think that's okay. I think space is part of compositional material that you're working with.
Okay, all right. Thank you very
Cool.
much, Adam.
Thank you.
Okay, so that actually brings this year's just because of the, like I say, things bouncing off walls in the room and the different frequencies. That's quite interesting. I wasn't expecting it. So, thank you, definitely for that. So the headphone mixes, the bits in the room on prototype headphones and head-mounted displays and all the stuff we got to listen to over the last 2 days. I can't stop without thanking the tireless work of the people at the back. So Mark and Brian in particular, and Emma on the camera, and there's Burke as well, and there's Dan Cooper, our technician, who had the joy of setting up most of this rig actually for a couple of weeks. This has been set up. The truss part of it for open days and whatnot. It's quite a complex system to set up and run just for 2 days. We do it every year. Every year I say, I'm not doing this again. This is killing me. And I don't even do the heavy lifting. I just try to make sure everyone turns up on time and does stuff. And all the demos work. But we will definitely do it next year, I'm sure, because I always get going, that sounds really good. We'll do it next year. We try and make it slightly better every year, so we've got new speakers this year. We've worked out we might need a new Mac, but actually next year, one that plays animated GIFs a bit more reliably. It's great for multi-channel audio. It's not very good for animation. So just thanks all for coming. Traditionally, we always end up in a pub called Mr. Grundy's at this point, which is just down the road. If you type Mr. Grundy's into Google, it's also the Georgian Hotel, and that's where we can continue our discussions in a more relaxed setting that's perhaps a bit cooler and it's got more beer, or soft drinks, or whatever it is you want to drink. So thanks for coming, and I'll see you there hopefully in a little while after I've just tidied a few things up here. So thanks again.
Thank you, Bruce.